that you are here, and especially that microphone is not on. Where are the techniques? I was just told it's working, but it is not. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes? So then, yeah, if it's a good microphone situation, that it shouldn't be over loud, so perhaps it's perfect. Thank you. Welcome to everybody, and especially welcome to the podium that you followed our invitation for a discussion on housing, and not on housing in the sense which is very often discussed from the social point of view. This is one side, but our aim was to bring into the discussion the economic situation of housing. What we wanted to contribute to the economic questions which are linked with the housing markets. And having in Austria a relatively big market share of limited profit housing, it's not social housing and it's not free market housing, it's housing on a cost-based organized. And with 40% market share, it's a real player on the market. And so we thought it would be interesting to ask the questions to what is following out for the market in this situation. And this is 40% in stock, and in new construction, if you look at new construction, it's even higher, 50 to 60% of new construction. This was the idea, to deepen the economic analysis in this way with the conference today. And well, just directly, thank you. Yeah. And just a few remarks before the experts start. Perhaps it's better like that. Something we hear now, yeah? We are used to two different forms of pricing in our discussion in general. It's social housing. We don't speak of investment costs, we speak of pricing, which is has to be in contact with the income situation of the household. And on the other hand, it's ironically, you could say it's the same. They are all as well looking at the income situation of the household. This is a free market pricing. They try to get out as much as possible of the households. This is the normal market situation, and competition, we all are searching for competition, should bring the price down to a cost niveau. Actually, it doesn't happen, perhaps in some countries, but not in Europe and in the US. Perhaps in other countries they succeed having a functioning market which is bringing down the cost, the prices near to a cost level. And these are the questions which were in our interest. What is happening here? Because if you have speculative pricing, we were just talking before of the good influence of trickling down effects, and smiling a bit, but it's a sad smile. There is a trickling down effect if the prices go up and the house prices go up, and the higher income households are just able to afford it. The profit goes down, is trickling down to landowners, to material producers, to developers, and so on. So we need competition and hope that we find solutions. We discuss in politics how is housing affected of politics. bad zoning, too long work in regulations, different regulations. We should discuss how is housing affected by behavior of the investors and how we can shape it. It's tradition to shape a capital market. It's tradition to shape an energy market. And it's not tradition to shape a housing market in an active discussion. We do it without knowing sometimes, but to have a good way, and if we have a good shaping, then we can speak about not reached social needs and so on. But before the economic situation is how do we come to a good economic basis. But I'm just here to say hello to you. That was already too long. And I pass over, and I'm very happy that Soka Edwards, General Secretary of Housing Europe, leads us through the afternoon. Very welcome, and thank you very much.
So I was also very happy with the invitation to be here, especially because this study and the studies that will be presented today come at a very crucial time for Europeans. So we have just published our State of the Housing Report, which we publish every 2 years, and it's not a pretty picture in Europe for European citizens when it comes to affordability of housing. So that's why we need policymakers to come together right now with clever, good ideas, learning from what is working, learning from what has worked over a long period, and really bringing together that knowledge so that other cities that are struggling, other countries that are struggling, people that are struggling can benefit from this experience that we have heard about just now from Bernd, and that we heard about over the last 2 days indeed, because we have heard many examples of the success of the limited profit coupled with the municipal housing sector here in Vienna and across Austria. So thank you very much for this timely contribution to a debate that is really at the heart of many of the worries of many Europeans right now. And thank you again for bringing together such a team of experts, because I think together the entities that are around the table today, and of course you here in the room, I think we can really come up with some new thinking, with some new solutions to feed into policy-making circles at city level, at national level, but also European level. Just today in the European Parliament, hosted by the Urban Affairs Committee there in Brussels, where our president is there, we have many cities coming together explaining how students have come back to study and have no affordable accommodation, how there's no possibility to house migrants coming from Ukraine. So this has become quite a political issue also at European level. So cities coming looking for answers, and we all know this is a local competence, it's a national competence, but what type of answers could we give also from European level? I think it's also what we have to discuss today. And even if it boils down to exchange of those examples that work, I think that's already a good way forward. So let me introduce, so I have to, for a lesson for all of us, so we have to be near either that red microphone or this, and we have to use this, so we are double mic'd in a way. So if we want to drop the mic, it's complicated. So I think, as I say, really great panel from influential players in the housing sphere, which makes for a good discussion. So I'll introduce quickly, maybe I'll go back in time a little bit, because we heard from Bernd Piesland, and he's now scientific advisor for the Austrian Federation of Limited Profit Housing Associations, so GBV. So it's in the financial world and the housing world, and former president also of GBV. We will also welcome at the panel Michael Klein, so senior economist of the Austrian Institute of Economic Research. Very happy to have you here today. You're going to obviously present the key study that today is revolving around. Coming studies from Vienna University of Economics and Business, and worked as a postdoctoral researcher in the IAE in Paris, so already an international exposure. And I think this is crucial as well, so the Austrian representative in the Euroconstruct network, so one of the key sources of data guiding policymakers when it comes to the construction sector in Europe. And we also welcome Julie Lawson. So we've worked very closely together with Julie, one of the leading authors of the Housing 2030 report. So the Housing 2030 report is bringing together, indeed, best practice when it comes to housing, not only in the EU, but also in the UNSCE region. And she's an adjunct professor at the Centre of Urban Research, or MIT, in Australia, based in Australia. We will also have Stefan Zeugner, Deputy Head of Unit for Macroeconomic Imbalances at the European Commission, so DG ECFIN. And we also welcome from the OECD, so an entity that's of growing influence in the housing sphere. Volker Ziemann is economist in the OECD's economics department. So I think together we have some key voices around the table. And I think we're well placed to bring some new ideas and new inspiration into the housing debate. So we're going to welcome, first of all, Michael Klein from WIFO, Austria. And I welcome you to join us here, or, yeah, if this suits you, that's fine. So just stay close to the two.
Okay.
Yes.
So thanks a lot, and for the opportunity to start this wonderful session here this afternoon. I'm pretty sure you've heard a lot about Austria and Vienna, and that the system is working as you framed it. That is true. I will try to shed a bit a light on why it is working, or which are the mechanisms actually that help the Austrian housing system, or the Viennese housing system maybe in particular, to make it work. No. I was just not prepared to. Ich glaube, es steht. Maybe I'm a bit too quick, but
You need to enable the notifications and then.
so while Gerard is helping me, maybe a few words about the study that I'm going to present. So actually it's part of a bigger project that we were following over the last years. It was together with people from the housing association network, and we were looking at two different aspects. And the second study is what I'm going to present today, because it actually deals with the question here on top, and the question that is actually present in all major cities around the world. How to dampen the housing cost in the private for-profit segment of the housing market. I mean, here we talk about social housing, and we're very happy about it, and we like it, and the rents they charge are affordable to a large extent. But actually, or what is producing the problems, or what hurts the housing markets and the households, is actually what is happening in the private for-profit market. So in this study, we are actually looking on, or the star of our research is the private for-profit market, actually. So we are not actually looking, or we are also looking at social or non-profit or limited profit housing in Austria. But what we want to find is actually solutions for the private for-profit market. This is the motivation behind our approach here. I mean, not only in Austria, but what are the typical recommendations or policies that are being tried? I mean, I'm an economist, and we learn at university that supply-side policies, increasing supply is the best way to deal with a shortfall in supply or too high cost. Okay. I mean, this is tried all over the world with limited or mixed success, I would say. Over the past few years, we have entered a stage, I think, where more and more countries are experimenting with more direct regulatory approaches. We see now in Austria, but also in Germany or other countries around the world, rent caps or rent breaks are being tested as a way to bring down the increases or the high level in the for-profit market rate housing sectors. And then, if you go even further, the discussion at least to some extent in Germany, whether there should be expropriation or buybacks of private housing stock and bring it back to the public sector. So there are a lot of policies being discussed, and looking at what works in the Austrian housing sector, and what we are analyzing here is actually, if you think about Austria, you should think about a system where we have a special variation of a supply side policy. So, but this is not private for-profit market supply, but the policies are boosting or helping non-profit. I call it in the study here non-profit. We can have lengthy discussions about the right denominations for this, limited profit or social housing or whatever. But the key player here in Austria is supply changes or increases by non-profit housing segment. This is what is, I think, explaining a lot of the felt and told about success of the Austrian housing system. As I said, we had this bigger project and we split it in two. So we wanted in the first study to look at what are the direct effects or advantages of this system. There we focused more on the tenants in social or non-profit housing, how much money they can economize on compared to market rate housing, how this is helping the economy also, so not only focusing on the tenants, but also how investment consumption, how this feeds into the economy, and whether this is a good investment for the government. But here, and again, this relates to the question above, is there an indirect effect, or how large is this indirect effect that actually the supply of non-profit housing has on the for-profit segment in a local housing market? Yes, as an economist, this seems like a more elegant solution to the problem than more direct interventionist approaches like expropriation of some housing stock. So it seemed appealing at the outset to investigate this question, but there was no proof of such an effect or a quantification of such spillover effects from non-profit housing on the for-profit rental market. So this is in a picture what we tried to look at, and Bernd named the important term. So it's about competition between the two segments. So if there is no interaction, if they're completely segregated, then we could not hope to have an effect of the non-profit segment on the for-profit segment. But we discussed a lot, and we see it in the markets that there is interaction between these two segments, and we want to tease out actually what's the effect, because non-profits are cheaper than for-profits. Okay, but if we increase the share of non-profits in a local housing market, is it possible to bring down the market average and also the for-profit rents in this housing market? That is what we try to tease out in this study. I will skip this slide, but it was a lot of data cleaning and gathering. Let me assure you of that. Just why we did it, to help you understand the results. Quality is an important factor, because contrary to what you might believe, the private rental market is not providing luxury housing or luxury rental housing. This exists for sure, but this is not what we see in general. So if we take quality into account, actually the for-profit sector becomes even more expensive in comparison to the non-profit segment. And in our study, we always use the cost-based rent measures from the non-profit segment as the reference point to understand, okay, how large is the markup that for-profit landlords can actually demand over what costs would make necessary. So these are two important parts of our approach. So I will not spend a lot of time on this slide either, but the social housing segment is an important part and a growing supply segment in Austria. This is important for our empirical approach. Not so much in the aggregate, but I don't have it here. But we have regional variation in Austria, and this is how we econometrically try to identify the effects. Because in different regions in Austria, we have very different exposures to non-profit housing associations. So and we see changes in the shares in these regions over time. So this is what we are using to understand or to measure what is the effect of having more non-profit housing in a local housing market. It increased a lot because we take a long-term view, actually over several decades, where most of the analysis starts then from here, where we see steep increases in the share. Here we see the share with the red dashed line of social housing on aggregate, but we see on the regional level very different patterns. So we have some or hopefully enough variation to understand what's going on. I mentioned quality. As I said, if you look back a bit further, it might come to you as a surprise, or maybe not. People working in the system, they tell me everyone knew all along, but at least for me it was surprising to see that the private sector has older buildings on average. This is typically flats which are owned maybe for the first time, but are then rented out when the owners move on to a new apartment of a new construction. So what we see is historically it's really very different. We see that the private rent, the green line, the majority of them had no toilet in the apartment. So I mean there was a quality upgrading, a very steep one, but still we see that the types of housing or the qualities provided were on average higher, both in the community rental but also in the non-profit housing segment. So this is important to keep in mind when we do comparisons, just to compare apples and apples. One thing I will talk about a bit more is in the conclusions is actually boom-bust. This is also an important feature that if you compare the different segments over time, how they set rents. And market rent is set at the market, and here we have boom-bust cycles, where you can see here, this is all for Vienna, the three different segments, differentiated by building year. We do this because on the older buildings there are rent regulations, and so just to be sure to not confound our analysis by something. But you see in the 90s we had a construction boom in Vienna. You can see it in the market rents, how they increased, and then in the years after, actually the bust, you see that rents, they did not decrease nominally, but over time with inflation, the value of these rents decreased for quite some time. And now the cycle now is longer, at least the boom phase. So we have 15 years now of increasing rents also in Vienna in the private segment. And importantly, we see more or less flat rental, or at least not dictated by boom-bust or by what's happening on the market in the non-profit rental sector or in the or in the community housing. Yeah. This is not quality adjusted, but actually if we take into account the construction period of the building, this washes out most of the quality differences. Because what we saw previously, the buildings where we don't have a toilet are mostly, in the private segment, are mostly those built before end of Second World War or so. But even if you redo this graph with quality adjustments that we have, it looks virtually the same. You see the quality difference is actually in the lower rent levels for the older buildings, where the new construction is always the most important one when they enter the market until newer buildings enter again. Okay. So, yeah, this was the slide I was looking for before. So what is important in our story is that on the regional level we have an overall growing trend of non-profit housing across Austria over the last decades, but in some regions we had decreases in the share of compared to the private for-profit housing. Yes. So this gives us variation over time to understand how an increase in the share of non-profit housing can dampen the markups of the private for-profit landlords. And here you see how the market shares changes. Actually, this is also dependent on boom-bust phases. So what we have experienced in Vienna over the last 10 years was a boom phase, and the private segment was doing a lot of construction, much more than the non-profit housing associations. And in those phases, the share of for-profit rents increases, but typically in phases when there is a bust, the share of the for-profit segment goes down. So here we have for 2 decades what was happening. So you see in the period 1998 to 1991 what they had before and what they had after, and you see there was not happening very much in this decade. So on the province level it is very randomly distributed. In the 90s, where we had this construction boom phase, you see that most of the provinces ended up with having a higher share of for-profit housing 10 years later. So we see economy-wide, also on the regional level, that these boom phases affect the shares. And our prediction for the current phase would be, because high interest rates and for-profit companies have actually left the housing market, at least in new construction, we would expect that the momentum shifts back in favor of the non-profit housing associations over the next 10 years. So that would be our prediction, simply because the boom in housing is over. And econometrically, we try now to answer what are the effects of these shifts on rents. If there are questions about our approach and the data, I can answer now, or we can talk later. I will not talk about the methods in detail here. I will present you the results, and what we see, this is the key result maybe of the study. So we see here plotted for different shares of non-profit GBV, limited profit housing associations, for different shares of them compared to the private market. So 0 will be we have no non-profit housing, 50 will be we have an equal share of non-profit to for-profit housing in the region, and 100 will be a market that is only full with non-profit housing associations. And here what you see is the markup that I was talking about before. So we see on average, I think nationwide the share is somewhere here at 50%, below 50%. We have roughly 2 euros markup that comparable private units are more expensive than non-profit units. As soon as we start to increase the share of non-profit housing associations in the region, we see actually that the difference evaporates. We see that at least this is how we see the channel, that the competition channel erodes profits in the regions where non-profit housing has a considerable share of the rental housing market. We also invested the results a bit, tried to identify tipping points. So if we estimate the whole thing a bit more flexible, we do not assume a linear relationship between the two. What we see is quite interesting actually, that for low shares of non-profit housing, we actually see very little effect. So if you have very little social housing and you increase social housing, you will have very little dampening effect on the for-profit market, which sounds reasonable. Actually, only after we reach a threshold of 50%, so there are the same amount of units, for-profit, unregulated, and non-profit units, we see what was happening before, that actually the markups decrease with the share of the non-profit units. So this is not to say that you should not build non-profit housing here because it does not help you to dampen for-profit rents. Actually here, for the people and the tenants living in the non-profit housing units, their advantage compared to the market rents is highest. But if we think about shaping markets and maybe affecting larger shares of the market and also the for-profit sector, you can only achieve an effect once you reach a certain threshold. At least this is what our results are telling us. So this is my almost last slide. Yes, so I've shown you the results. I think a big question always when it comes to the Austrian model is what does it cost? This is the typical question that I get, and actually comparisons are quite difficult because countries have very different systems of financing and everything. And to be sure, it costs taxpayer money. But from what we could see in those two projects I talked about initially, actually it seems like a good investment. So it reduces the amounts of subsidies to low-income households, the share of which is very, very low in Austria. So other countries have different approaches to affordability, but at least in Austria it seems that we can economize on how much money we have to give in terms of direct transfers to households to achieve housing affordability. We did an input-output analysis also to understand the economy-wide effects. So if you look at what happens through the non-profit housing, it actually shifts resources from high-income landlords towards more construction investment and economy-wide consumption expenditures. Also, this does not come priceless. So the high-income landlords, they pay taxes. So we have tax shortfalls. So we tried to take this into consideration. Also, the non-profit housing associations, they get tax exemptions for corporate taxes. So, but even if you take all that into account, it still seems like a good investment from what we see. And I will stop here. I just took some time yesterday to produce this graph because right now in Austria the discussion is not only about housing, but it's a lot about the breakdown of new construction in housing. And and now all the construction companies are looking to non-profit housing companies because they hope that they will be the customers over the next 10 years because they're used to it. And so one other argument for the Austrian system is not so much in the sector of housing itself, but that it stabilizes actually demand in the construction sector. So instead of the boom-bust cycles that we've seen with very large downfalls in a bust phase, if you compare the deviation of the two segments, of the private segment here in blue from their long year average. So we have bust phase, we had a boom, we have a bust phase, and now we had this incredible boom. And now this is going down to somewhere here. So the non-profit associations are a stable force in the construction sector. So I think this should also be taken into account to see housing as part of the economy and the ramifications such a system has for the economy wider. So, thank you.
Thank you for this excellent introduction. And I think what you describe is something I think that we need to explain again and again. So it's not strictly private, it's not strictly public, it's a third way in a way. So it's the private entities, but that are working on a limited profit basis. And you take it for granted here in Austria because it's your way of working already for a long part of your history. However, this is something I think that is not common in many parts of Europe. And it's I think it's one of the points which is growing in interest in many cities and many countries, because they are looking for a way, as you say, to shape their housing markets, not to leave only purely to market forces, but to shape. And having this third way can be a way to shape housing markets, which makes economic sense, as you pointed out, social sense, and also environmental sense. So I think, as you pointed out, very different to evaluate different systems. And I think there's multiple academics all over Europe working constantly to evaluate. And you pointed out how difficult it is to evaluate with a single indicator. Is it value for money? Is it cost effective? Because this is a little bit the issue. We have to broaden this to the societal impact. And that's what makes this complicated. It's long term, and we're talking not about a strictly speaking value for money in this year, but value for money in terms of societal payback. And I think this is what makes the housing question so complex, but also so fascinating in a way. So thank you so much for giving us that introduction. To show indeed the impact on the private sector, but also the resilience in times of bust and boom of the sector. And crucially, the last point you made, the point about resilience of the construction sector. I mean, this is something we saw in 2008. The construction sector really flattened in many countries, but in the countries with a strong limited profit, public or social sector, we saw if they had scale, they were able to support that other key part of our economy. So now we move on. I'm really happy to welcome Julie Lawson, who's, through her expertise, is going to, again, put this in the international comparative perspective. So really glad you're here, Julie. I'm going to hand you the microphones. Just to remind to, indeed, I haven't been doing it myself, but to stay relatively close to this one and to hold this. Welcome, Julie.
Okay, thanks. So while Gerlinda is powering up the laptop, I probably should take the opportunity to thank her and also to thank Gerard for organising such a thought-provoking and important conversation and for your dedication to knowledge exchange and debate around this important public policy question. The first thing to note, of course, is the whole thing about the word shaping and the idea that markets are something which are shaped. They're shaped largely by ideas and debates, discussions and power struggles in society that have often a long historical roots in their countries, if in particular in their cities, if we take Vienna. So we can't necessarily, hop from one to the other and assume that they might fly. But some ideas seem to fly faster and more dominant than others. We can't deny that. So there's a hell of a lot of policy exchange going on, osmosis, transporting of ideas, but not all of them seem to be equally able to do that. And there's reasons behind that. and it goes partly in the plumbing of our financial sector and the way in which we enable particular circuits to flourish and other ones to be, if you like, oppressed, suppressed, and put back in the naughty corner, as we've done since the 1990s, to what I would call a more purposeful housing finance system than what we have today. And of course, everybody's heard about the importance of housing, that housing's at the centre. We know that the New Urban Agenda put that on the table and said housing is at the centre. But what is it at the centre of? Some have argued that housing has become the single largest, if you like, asset class. And we're in a phase of a new asset economy. Now, these are not just some people, these are some of our most prominent international academics speaking on housing, such as Susan Smith, William Clark, Rochelle Ong, Gavin Wood, and many others who are leaders in their fields of housing economics, economic geography, political economy. And they talk about the unprecedented accumulation of wealth which has been occurring in residential property markets, and a long wave of housing price appreciation which has occurred, and as I say, across jurisdictions, which has turned residential property into the largest capital asset class in the investable economy, exceeding the combined value of equities, commercial property, agricultural land, forestry, and all gold that has ever been mined. So housing has become a subject of accumulation. But it's also become, if we read the European Commission's report in 2022, also a story of boom and bust, a story of the steady growth of prices, especially since 2013. And of course, even during the pandemic, it rightly charts an explosion of prices. So how has this all come about? There's a really great book called Milestones in Housing Finance Systems by Lunton Whitehead, which gives that story for different nation states. But we've also tried to, if you like, reduce that story down to something meaningful for comparative purposes with my colleague Michelle Norris. I've written a paper at online open access called Tools to Tame Financialisation, which looks at the ways in which governments have had choices in shaping their financial systems, the regulation of their mortgage markets, and in choosing what to grow in terms of the scale of the financial circuits involved. Also, the number and type of those financial circuits. What sorts of financial circuits do we allow to prosper? For example, our shadow banks or our savings and loans. Which ones are we actually enabling? And we do so through regulation, of course, at the national level. And also, what's been their focus? What are we encouraging those players to invest in? We know in terms of some circuits of investment, some governments have chosen to have a purposeful approach to grow a sustainable and productive economy, and others have chosen to have a more hands-off approach. Some have even talked about those approaches in geopolitical terms as well, with China or South Korea and its history, or the United States, which also has a fairly strong voice on what and where. But we've also have ideas about, no, we mustn't have credit guidance, we mustn't have a say in what we actually to pursue. in terms of where we invest. And of course, the big discussion has been also on the role and the limits of monetary policies, the limits of our central banks in what they've been doing, and the call from some to say, hey, isn't it about time that we considered the purposeful and sustainable directions of our capital flows, and so on. And furthermore, we also have different financial circuits which have different costs. We know, for example, that it's very cost effective for governments to be involved in direct investments, but of course they have been placed in that naughty corner since around the end of the 1980s. And we see in some turnarounds, for example, the decision of May and Hammond to enable cities to have a more active role again a few years ago, which led to the City of London, for example, resuming its active role in housing provision. So I know I'm going to run out of time, and you know the story about the harsh market realities of what a free, so-called free housing market has for productivity, for efficiency, and for responsiveness. You also are well versed as housing researchers, advocates, and advocates about the stagnations of incomes amongst certain categories of workers. You know about the implications of overheated housing markets and the impacts indebtedness has, especially on the young. You know that youth housing access is also declining to home ownership, if that's a solution that predominates in your country. And perhaps you're also frightened of the prospect of retiring and being a renter if your welfare provisions or pensions don't allow for housing costs of that nature, as they do not in my country, which is Australia. So we see that cities are sort of trying to make up for the lack of if you like, careful, thoughtful, coherent policy at the national level. We miss them in action, and so we know that we see around us some very active cities trying, but frankly, they're trying in the absence of rules which really make a big difference. They need that national support. And one would hope that in the forum of the UNECE, which has all the focal points of national governments at its table, that should be the message, which is about a more purposefully regulated housing finance system for the future. So governments certainly have a role to play, and that's what Housing 2030 was all about, is about more capable government roles in actual policy design and shaping better markets. But of course that doesn't mean that it's the same thing everywhere, and that we need to understand, and we talk about the 4 steps in understanding why is it that housing is unaffordable or inaccessible for some households in my country, what changes to the housing system could increase access to affordable housing, and which policy tools would be most appropriate to generate the required outcomes. And of course, what capabilities are required to implement this policy at the required scale. Too often we're just tinkering around the edges. So this approach encourages a systemic review and a careful strategic approach to policy design, which would differ from country to country and over time. So in Housing 2030, we came across and grouped governance tools, finance and investment tools, land policy tools, and also within our decarbonisation agenda, climate neutrality tools. And this involved a almost 2-year collaborative study across policy researchers, also governments and advocates, to come together with this really nice report called Housing 2030, which also has about 15 podcasts, some of them core to this 4 chapters, but there's also several which are really taking on the finance side, of which my dear friend here Stefan Zochner has also contributed to one on central banks as an independent person, an expert. So I'm just going to pull out a few of the things we talk about, and then about shaping markets. And I refer you really to the research on the website. One of them, out of the, if you like, the land policy toolbox, is the way in which cities can intervene. In the case of Helsinki, for example, this is something which, a law which came into place immediately after World War II. Well, it took 2 years of chaos before it finally hit them that they needed to do so. In 1947, they enacted a law which enabled them to basically take a purposeful role in the land market. By doing so, they were able to ensure eventually that a diversity of housing outcomes could be resettle the displaced population as it was in the Second World War, and also ensure that communities would be well serviced by appropriate infrastructure, also transport and schools and so on. They now are the leading landholder in that city, and they have 70% of the land surrounding. They are able to be key partners in driving the agenda of supply and the segments of supply to be served. They work together with the national government, forming 30-year agreements over which they can service good, well-planned rollout of their communities and renewal. Another, if you like, circuit of investment, which I think is a very healthy one, is the way in which, what do we do once the loans have been paid off? Which is that what role does the repayment of the tenant's rent have in accumulating a pot to renew, reinvest, improve, grow? And those circuits of investment can be extracted and frittered away, or they can be reinvested for future generations. The best model has those reinvested for future generations. And the way in which those revolving funds work, you can see them differently working in Austria, in Denmark, in Finland, in Slovakia, in Slovenia, and on Housing 2030 website you can learn about how those different revolving funds can work. In a way, this is a nice idea which we could incorporate in the circular economy. I mentioned already multi-level governance, critical that the cities can't do these things alone. They need a framework, they need often the taxation and revenue powers of national governments to redistribute, to ensure equality or equity of outcomes. And they need municipalities who are closest to the people, who can bring the issues together, who have control over the land, who have control over planning powers. And they need responsible housing providers. And that means one that is responsible and regulated to do the job of housing people. That's not something that can be left up to any provider. I really believe that it's a responsibility to actually provide people's homes, an enormous responsibility. Therefore, it requires accreditation, it requires regulation. If you receive public subsidies, they need to be accounted for, and they need to be invested to deliver a social outcome. So this brings us to the question about, what kind of economy? Do we want more solidarity, social harmony, or do we want more inequality and social division, and potentially social disharmony and even political backlash? So we need to perhaps, in some of these models they demonstrate, is moving to less priorities on the accumulation of private wealth for some and towards serving communities which enhance social value, involve participatory and governments, and promote social inclusion and unity. So I'm not the only one calling for this. You also see leading economists like Mariana Mazzucato, and also advocates for human rights, right to adequate housing, also Liani Farr, in their 2023 report, bringing together that mission economy approach with a human rights-based. That was a report that was launched in June this year. And I have a message in there for the third way, or for those who are advocates of public-private partnerships, for example. And I refer you to section 5.1 of this report. It's not just about any kind of partnership. They talk about, in a housing mission, governments must lead efforts to partner with a purpose. Partner with purpose. And that means partners who are also committed to the same common good housing outcomes. It's also about providing adequate options, not only determining what people must have, but enabling those adequate options to be able to be there, to be chosen, if one may choose to do so. And also to avoid, if you like, parasitic and profiteering behaviour, which can emerge in some forms of public-private partnerships. For example, the most exploitative, I believe, is the public-private partnership availability payment model, which is one of the most expensive approaches and quickly exhausts government coffers. And we see that having short-lived life in Ireland, for example. It's touted very widely by private sector consultants, but I can assure you it's one of the most inefficient ways to design a purposeful housing partnership. So other arguments that are used are that housing is far more than social policy. Housing is also economic policy. It's also ecological policy. And we see the advantages, economic advantages, ecological advantages, being pushed by advocates who are out there to try to make the case again and again in any way that Treasury will listen. And we see they're trying to do so, and in so doing, we see a variety of reports out there, and some, the economic indicators are well developed and evidence-based. Sometimes they've had the benefit of being funded and doing a proper study, like in WIFO, but that's not always the case. And there are some indicators that are out there wanting for more funding to research their actual evidence base. So AHURI, which is the Australian Housing and Urban Research Institute, which is a really great non-profit consortium of universities. At the moment, I think there's about 9 universities involved in this partnership, and it brings out the, if you like, the best of different disciplines to deal with the different housing issues. And they have also brought together a recent report called Housing Economic Analysis, and they've done a global review on the many, many different indicators which are out there for review, and look at how well established or emerging their evidence bases are. And I encourage you to have a good look at that thorough report. It's an excellent review, and a rare one as well. The other issue is, of course, how do we pay for affordable housing? Which mechanisms, what approach do we use? And we see in different countries a general trend towards subsidising demand. So that in doing so, we are subsidising usually typical a private rental household to receive an assistance to rent from a private landlord. And we know that expenditure by governments on these measures has been growing steadily over time. It's flattened a little bit in recent years as governments have cut back after the GFC. But we do see a pretty strong steady pouring of expenditure into recurrent costs on the government budget, rather than a investment in the public estate, perhaps through investment in capital expenditure of buildings. And this has great consequences not only for the cost to government, but also for steering supply and in its inability to do so. And of course, purposeful supply is what we're all about. So let's have a look at some of the arguments on the downside to demand-side approaches. Demand-side approaches have their place. I'm not arguing that they shouldn't exist. My argument is that they've gone too far in one direction, and it's inefficient and perhaps less effective in the long run to take one's hands off the supply side. And you see the benefits of a supply-oriented housing system approach in Austria, and the many benefits that probably has well beyond what you were talking about today in terms of a productive economy, a stable, engaged workforce in the construction sector, and all the many spin-offs in innovation, of energy efficiency, of being if you like, a playground for experimentation of new materials and processes that simply isn't possible in a privately led a rental sector. But rent assistance services alone, they cannot ensure adequate access and are particularly ineffective where provision involves for-profit providers or where rents are deregulated and also vacancies are low. It's a bit like leaving the tap on and trying to mop up. You know, you're just going to keep spending, especially if you have uncapped expenditure in this area of which people are entitled to get. And it's different in the United States where you've got vouchers and they just say, nah, that's finished, it's up. But in the UK and other places in Australia, you know, it really is like mopping with the tap on. And of course, you know, there's been a turnaround in thinking. We see that even happening at the IMF, which has been saying we really need much more effective public investment and more efficient financing of infrastructure, and of course housing is infrastructure, stressing greater capacity in needs-based planning, securing and allocating adequate funds. And again, this mission-focused approach comes back to mind. I've been working with some people from the EIB as well on looking at what would a capital investment strategy look like that was purposeful, and with keeping in mind the needs of recovery in Ukraine as well. Can you imagine if we just persisted in Ukraine with handing out cash and vouchers? Would we build back better? I don't think so. So careful design of housing subsidies can help policymakers and program designers. We did a lot of work in the late 2010s on the idea of social housing as infrastructure. We looked at modelling of different approaches to of the cost to government, of using different policy levers, for example, land and development grants and efficient financing and discounted interest rates, and developed a model called the Affordable Housing Assessment Tool, which would enable governments to say, okay, well, I did this for these groups or these groups. What is the most efficient way to do so? Another evaluation we did on the cost to government of different financing and funding regimes, demonstrating that, for example, PPP model, or the AP model, the way in which if we just end up subsidising the private sector to provide our affordable housing ends up costing us at least 24% more in terms of how we have to subsidise the rents to make them affordable. So if we are to consider social housing as infrastructure, if we think about it as being foundational, that the role of housing in health, security, stability of the economy, educational attainment of children in secure, stable homes, community inclusion, in terms of social equity, a fairer assistance and allocation, also enabling people to have comfortable and prosperous post-retirement, for example. Also in shaping better markets, innovation, energy efficiency, experimenting with circular economy, promoting and ensuring better environmental outcomes, and also in terms of avoiding costs inadequate, insecure, unaffordable housing, of course, costs us all dearly. It costs us not only to have someone sleeping under that bridge in terms of ending up in the emergency department, but also in terms of interactions with the law, with justice, with policing, all kinds of costs. And the Australian researchers, again, have been very good at tying down what those costs are per person and what they would save if they were better addressed in other ways. So economists have been busy looking at these questions from all different aspects. We really need them at the moment to be arguing with the Ukrainians about how they think Ukraine, its housing recovery should be stimulated and repaired and move forward. You know, housing is also will be critical to people to be able to return home, to participate in life, the good life, hopefully there. And it's a pity at the moment that housing seems to be absent from Ukraine's recovery plans, and also even discussions with the EU over the use of the facility. We really need to have a concept of housing as being not only essential social policy, but also vital economic infrastructure. Rebuilding Ukraine without an adequate housing to go home to is really not going to solve the problem in the long run. Before I can move on to talk about housing as circular economy, but it's been a very strong feature of the last 2 days. We know that Europe is looked to as a sort of leader in circular economy approaches. It's trying very hard. The Australians are also very interested in doing the same. This lovely graphic here is actually from a novel, a graphic novel on circular economy, an Australian story, but it stems from a serious study of 5 reports, of 5 scoping papers on materials, on neighbourhood planning, on processes in building and apartment renovation and retrofitting, which has been brought together towards a strategy for Australia. So thank you for your attention, and all this work is available online, and I hope, and I'd be happy for the presentation to be made available and these web links to be able to be accessed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julie. I particularly appreciated your, indeed, this ultimate question of what they call in Germany, or in German, Objekt versus Subjekt Förderung. So subsidies to the person or to the brick, and as they say in the UK or in the English-speaking world. So as you pointed out, there's a place for both. Policies have to be adapted, but as we see currently in many of the contexts, an over-reliance on this demand side or this Subjektförderung, so subsidies directly to the person, is, as you said, you quite nicely put it, mopping with the tap on. So I don't know if you all got that. So it's cleaning up while the Leitungswasser is still flowing. So indeed shows again the complexity of housing policies, which levers you need in different contexts. But I thought this point came very clearly through. You also, I really like this approach of talking about these models which reinvest also as part of circular economy. And you mentioned 4 or 5 different countries where indeed, instead of an extractive nature of investment in real estate where finance is only being extracted for short-term profit, we have many models in Europe, which we should be really proud of, I think, which, as you say, reinvest for future generations. So how can we really understand, demystify those models so that other cities and countries and continents, why not, can also learn from those? So I think that's really, insightful point. And another one was the teamwork. So you said this is too complex, too important an issue to be left to one sector. So, for instance, in Austria, we've spoken how important the limited profit sector is. However, I think also what we see over these days is they cannot also be left alone. And Gerlinda pointed this out yesterday. I mean, currently they're also facing huge inflationary pressures which maybe will make it more difficult to meet the needs of people, growing needs of cities. So I think this point is also very clear, this teamwork that is needed from different levels of governance, and even a very well functioning sector like the limited profit sector cannot be left alone, and we need a quick turnaround in policies to make sure that the inflationary pressures is not actually putting a stop to the construction, because we see it in many countries. So in France we see an increase of a half percentage point is costing the social housing sector 1.5 billion a year. So just in half an increase point. We're seeing in most of even the most solid systems, we're seeing that the current inflationary trends are putting pressure even on those. So it's time to also think, okay, if we are proud of these sectors, if they're functioning well, how can we make sure that the current changes, so huge, or the huge shifts in the current financial fault lines, so the fault lines in the global financial sector, that we don't let those systems fall through, but that we reinforce them. So I'm happy to say we have a small comfort break now before we move on to our next two speakers. So we can grab a coffee, have a comfort break, and join us back in 10 minutes to kick off again. Thank you very much. part of today's session. Keep in mind we have 2 speakers and then we will have a panel discussion, but also hopefully some time for you to raise some questions that you may have. So we're really happy that Mr. Stefan Zeugner, Deputy Head of Unit for Macroeconomic Imbalances at the European Commission, DG ECFIN, could come up, come down from Brussels to join us here today. So, as you know, Housing Europe is based in Brussels, and it's quite an interesting period that will be coming up with the European elections. There will be a new European Commission. So, as we know, European policy. So we don't have a DG housing in Brussels. Housing policy is not made in Brussels, but there are different policies that do affect. And this this surveillance mechanism of macroeconomic imbalances is one of those instruments that does impact national housing policy. If I'm not mistaken, so this was a new development after the 2008 great financial crisis, where the Commission realised it was important to keep a closer eye on sectors that were perhaps at the core of some of the macroeconomic imbalances. And of course, housing was one of those. So, as I say, it's not the only policy, EU policy, that has an impact on the work of limited profit housing providers on housing markets, but it is one of the key ones. So this is why we're so pleased that Stefan Zeugner could join us here today to give us an outline of his work on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you for also saying my name. Apart from my name, everything I say is my personal opinion. So my employer forces me to state it very clearly. So I work in the European Commission. My opinions are influenced by the work, but it doesn't mean that the work is influenced by me. Sometimes, but not always. Okay, so I'm a macroeconomist, and as you said, I work in macroeconomic surveying for the European Commission. So most of the time I speak to finance ministries or central banks, and that's why I'm a suit guy, and this is my first public experience without the tie even. So, so in macro surveillance, you know, I'm a person, I started working in the European Commission by working for the Troika, bailing out countries, these kind of things, which in the end was about housing markets a lot of the times. And macro surveillance right now is, in a sense, to some extent, fighting the last war to make sure that housing markets do not destabilize economies. There is the macroprudential front in the central banking world, which ensures that banks do not crash because of housing markets, but it goes beyond that. Economies should not crash because of housing markets. That's like the number one thing we have to safeguard against. But then there is an additional imbalance issue where housing markets interact with the economy and the structural transformations. In particular, right now, we not only have an energy transformation, we also have a demographic transformation. And we have a digital transformation, and housing markets interact with all of them very clearly. Now, the thing is, actually, you know, in the morning it was said it's very hard to combine the building perspective with the city perspective. It's even harder to combine the building perspective with the continental perspective, right? So most of the time we just try to understand the data. We try to understand what the prices are, in particular the housing prices, and what they should be, right? Now, the firm I'm working for also has other areas, as you said. So there is competition policy is an important one that also affects social housing. Social frameworks, InvestEU, the recovery and resilience plans right now, they are the first foray of the Commission really into funding social housing. So there's lots of things going on. You mentioned Ukraine. Currently, we start negotiating the 50 billion for Ukraine. Now, housing is in the debate, but it doesn't mean it will end up there, you see. Okay, as said, I'm a suit guy, so I look at data, right? So this is the Euro area average house price index. Oh, this is actually indexed by price in euro per square meter. So this is the Euro area average, stock weighted. and you see the Euro area countries. You see a few countries that are very high up. I don't name them specifically, but one of them is a very small one next to Belgium, for instance. And then you have a few countries that have widely different movements. Now, what we see in general in Europe is we had this big surge up to 2007, 2008. Then with the big crisis, Germany did not participate in the surge, nor in the crisis. And then we have a second surge starting from a turning point around 2013, where things went up again. And then we had the crazy time of the pandemic. So during the pandemic, we had a house price boom that was dramatic in many places. And we have since then, since for the last 12 months, we see a decline in some places. Germany is the foremost, but German colleagues know about the quality of German statistics as well. So it's difficult to interpret. What we see in most places is a stagnation of house prices, which is actually a welcome development after this surge. Now, it stagnates because people can't borrow or can't build. So there are these demand factors in housing markets, right? You have the mortgage interest rates. They have been climbing fast. We have the fastest increase of interest rates in Euro area history, which is not that long. But I don't show here the countries that are outside of the euro, like Poland or Hungary, where the interest rate increase is much, much worse. What you also see here is this is household credit growth on the right-hand side. You see the uniformity of the decline since the interest rate increase. You see also the surge in the pandemic, which is partially a pandemic-induced effect because people couldn't build in 2020, but partially also because people wanted to live somewhere where they can actually work. So what you see here is actually there are a lot of factors that make European housing markets co-move. So there is a macroeconomic and a European perspective in the housing market. The three most important factors for the housing markets are, of course, location, location, location. But there are a lot of other factors. First and foremost, interest rates that are common to all of our countries. Now, the title of the talk today is about housing affordability. Now, house prices have increased, right? But it's important to put this into perspective. We have also incomes that have increased. All of these house price increases and income increases were quite heterogeneous across countries. But what you see is that what we had in the euro area, you had this big surge in price to incomes until 2008, then the decline in the bust, and then a stabilization. You had a recovery of incomes and of house prices in most places, in particular in Central and Eastern Europe, right? And then you had the pandemic surge, which was almost crazy, right? But what we observe at this point in time is that price to incomes the price to income increase faces a lull. So the last 18 months, the impetus in the housing market has been calming it down, calming prices down, whereas incomes should increase because they have to follow core inflation in principle. So what we hope for, what most of us hope for, and most of the forecasting business that I'm in is hope. What we hope for in most markets is, at least for some years, a stagnation of prices, whereas incomes recover, which should improve affordability. And the classic asset pricing model also suggests that with higher interest rates, you should observe this effect, as long as the interest rates are still moving. Now, the forward curve tells you what interest rates should be, are expected to be next year and thereafter, so there is not much more coming. So what we all hope that housing markets calm down, but there are certain risks in two directions. In the very short term, downward risks for house prices, in the medium term, upward risks on house prices that are quite important. So the other thing is, why do I care? I mean, I understand why you care, but why do I care, right? If you're a very cold-hearted neoliberal, if you have a social planner look at why housing markets are important, they matter for welfare, as you described. This is the key thing, is SDGs and so forth. But they also matter for pure product resources. They matter for productivity through labor mobility in particular. I talked to a few people here today who have a migration history, and all of your migration history was influenced by the level of house prices, typically from where you moved away from. So the most productive places in our economy are the big cities, right? And it is important to get the most productive people moving to the most productive places to meet other productive people in order to generate the resources to pay for everyone else, right? But if the most productive people cannot move because they did not inherit, you have an issue. So that is a quite important factor that's well documented in the literature. But we also have a less well-known factor that's very important to, in particular, one neighboring country of Austria, but also matters actually, is even important for fertility. If there's no space, you get less kids. So it's not there are less families with kids, there are in the families with kids, the available space influences how many they have. And for this, housing markets are quite an important factor. And for the demographic transition, this is to be considered. Finally, when I discuss later, it's important to note one thing is housing affordability and affordable housing is not, from our perspective at least, is not the same. As a macroeconomist, I look at housing affordability, which is basically this price to income stuff I just showed you. Whereas affordable housing is what we discuss most of the time. It's the non-profit, the social housing. It's the provision of housing to groups of the population that is below market rates, right? I'll reflect on this at the end of this slide set. Basically, as I told you that we mainly look at prices and try to understand prices. This is from a data set we are working on, is to understand where the price pressures are the strongest. What you see in Europe is that for the available data that we have is that price to income, this is price to income in years that you need, years of income that you need to spend in order to purchase 100 square meters. And we see that in particular in the big cities and in the touristic areas, the price pressure is quite dramatic. And it is a problem in particular in big cities because this is precisely where the productivity comes from. And the price pressure that we face here is very different from the price pressure that we had in 2008. Why? Here, what you see here is the year-on-year house price growth. That's the blue line, and you see the year-on-year growth of building permits. It's not year-on-year growth. It's the index of building permits. So the building activity is a leading indicator of building activity, and of building activity. So building permits are not necessarily apartments added. It can be renovations too or something, right? But actually, in the past boom, in the 2000s, there's an Austrian precedent for that. In the 2000s, we had the Madrid model, basically. We had a lot of expansion of big cities, a lot of building that contributed to the imbalances in countries because there was overinvestment, right? Now, in the boom that we saw over the last decade, in the house price increase over the last decade, there was no building. It's the Copenhagen model. It's just, for whatever reason, people pretend that there is no space to build anything. So it becomes ever denser, ever more expensive in the big cities. So we observe building, also in Austria, for instance, but we observe that building not in Vienna compared to the population growth. If you look at completed dwellings per person, they are much less, in particular completed dwellings per person added, they're much less in the big cities than elsewhere. So when we look in this regional data set, I showed it before, the square meters per person in the big cities did not increase over the past decade. We only have data up to Corona, but the square meters per person did not increase despite there being ever more households per person. So you have a real issue. The square meters per person, they increase a lot in rural areas, but not in the cities. Okay, so summarizing a few references where you can see a few of the things that I showed you. I work for the macroeconomic imbalance procedure, and housing has been a perennial issue in that procedure. There are two recent publications where we provide analysis and assessment of housing markets from a macroeconomist perspective that you can find here. I mentioned already that there are numerous other initiatives. There's one I want to highlight is that the Social and Employment Commissioner is trying to provide a social housing toolkit. It's very new. I don't know any of the details, but I think it's an engagement for this group over the next year in particular. Okay, so concluding, housing markets are a necessity. So it's a bit like the health innovation market, right? You need a market. You need the competition. But there are also inherently a lot of market failures in the housing market. So you need both a market, but you need a lot of regulation and a lot of various models of interventions as well. And we are very aware of that. The literature suggests that, so we have reviewed the literature, in particular in a workshop last year, and we have several points of literature that really suggest that demand measures have an impact on price. And which has a lot of implications for mortgages and mortgage subsidies in particular, and mortgage conditions. So restricting the access to mortgages, and restricting the access to long maturities in particular, might be beneficial for the people who cannot afford a mortgage. So there are, in particular when I look at the debate in Austria right now, there are certain effects of financial policy that can be used for improving housing affordability for the general population. Stronger support for supply is needed, as you pointed out. We really observe with worry that the decline of brick support and the increase of people support. From a macroeconomic perspective, this is what you should do, but from a macroeconomic perspective, you have these spillover effects and these price effects which then go counter what you want to achieve. The same as with mortgage subsidies. All mortgage subsidies just end up in increasing prices. They do not help anybody, except landowners. No, landowners. So basically a lot of this, if you move from supporting demand, supporting supply to supporting demand, prices increase. The price increase accrues to the landowner. You can tax that away if you want, but it's not a very popular choice in European countries. Okay. Regulation remains important. Land use, climate measures, rental regulation, and so on is important. Now, and that brings me to my final question and a caveat. So there are different, what we see in Europe, there are really different variants of social housing. Like in Sweden or the Netherlands, you have a corner solution. You have only one model that dominates. Austria is interesting in that there is very different models of social housing that coexist. What we try to assess is in how far it is important to have a menu, a whole zoo of different social housing interventions in order to at least enable the provision of solutions in different cities that need it, right? There is, however, one caveat to that. In half of the European countries, you don't even, so I have to go even further back. Social housing intervention only affects the overall price, as you showed, if it is numerically important. So we have social housing in southern countries, which is basically selling public land at low prices. You only intervene once. So you're more effective typically if you intervene via the rental market, because there is more liquidity and there you have more impact on the price. But in half of the European countries, we don't have an effective rental market. It doesn't exist. It exists in the black market, but it doesn't exist in a regulated market. Even in Italy, there is not a real rental market. So the proper rental regulation is key in order to enable the provision of social housing to have an impact on affordability, in my view. But I'm not totally sure, and that's why I'm very interested to see what you all have to say going forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think it's always useful to get the different perspectives. So you're coming at this obviously from the perspective of macroeconomic imbalances, so which is quite specific. But indeed, as we pointed out, the last crisis, housing was very much at the core, and in particular the housing ownership model. So again, pointing out to the lack of development of a rental sector in many member states. Just a couple of points. So you mentioned indeed the link between income and rents and house prices and the overburden rate. So this is indeed a lot of the feedback we are getting from social housing providers around Europe is that the data that we have at European level is a little bit lacking because it's not showing, it's often focusing at regional level, at national level. It's not showing the hotspots. So it's not showing the fact that, for instance, we did a review of the average house price in European capitals based on actually a listing provided by the European Commission to their staff. And we realized that in growing number of capital cities, the average rent of a two-bed apartment is over to 100% of an average salary. So I think this reality is sometimes not coming through in the data at European level. And I think that's one of the issues we will need to address as we go further, and if we look at a social housing toolkit, which we'd be very happy to work together on, of course. I think now we are going to step back and get another perspective, so not exclusively from the EU. So we're going to go over to the OECD. So very happy to hear your perspective on your work with ministries on this issue. I think you're also receiving many requests for advice on how to handle this challenge. There you go.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here in Vienna again. It's not working. I will find it, I think. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be. I think I'm disconnected, or the laptop is disconnected. Yeah, just a quick note on Vienna and myself. So it's been, I think it's the third time in the last 3 years that I traveled to Vienna to speak about housing. So I'm not the OECD particularly interested in Austria, but the housing market always brings me here. And my son was asking me, why are you going to Vienna again? I mean, it's been like, you never travel elsewhere. I mean, I think Vienna makes up for half of my traveling post-COVID. So I think my short answer to my son and to many economist colleagues is also that Austria is doing just a particularly interesting and fine job in housing markets as measured by satisfaction with the outcomes, and also by the diversity of players in the housing markets, as you have just outlined. I mean, in the social housing sector, we have Wiener Wohnen, we have GBV. So there are many different players that coexist, which is interesting in itself. And the long answer to many of the colleagues why Austria is working so well is often, or why don't we, I mean, one of our tasks at the OECD when we talk to countries is actually incite them to go to places where things work better. And Austria is always, I mean, I always promote and advocate the Austrian housing model as a good practice or best practice. But I think I'm overdoing it a bit over the past few years, probably because you're inviting me too often. But I think a big chunk, I mean, a big problem in housing markets and in many policies, but the housing markets in particular, is that one size fits it all. And copy-pasting across countries is maybe not that easy to do. A lot has to do with cultural values. You know, social housing has grown over decades and centuries in Austria, and it's probably not easy to do something similar from scratch in countries that don't have this experience. And also, I think national preferences are different. So I grew up in Eastern Germany, so when the ball came down and Western Germany united. I mean, they call it united. Administrative, legally, it's still it's an annexation. But I learned. I mean, as a kid, I was told by all people around me that the government is actually not the solution, or the private market should do it. So by now, we see that it's not black and white, and I think Austria is a good example for that. So let me dig into my actual talk today. So what we have been doing at the OECD over the past 4 years is collecting the expertise across the house, many different departments, in terms of housing policies and housing initiatives. And I think something the OECD has in common with many governments is that housing responsibilities and initiatives are scattered across ministries, across players, which makes it hard actually to synthesize and also to bring action actually to the ground. To the market. We have said that liberalization is a big issue, and that liberal housing markets have not come to a satisfactory solution. I think a lot has to do with not too many regulations, but overlapping responsibilities across levels of government that create, even if regulation has been reduced, I think the regulation that is remaining is just so inefficient because it's actually in the hands of too many players that are vetoing and that creating this NIMBYism. So what we have been doing is basically create a housing ministry within the OECD and collecting all the evidence and bringing this together into books, brick by brick. The first volume was released 2 years ago, and the second a few months ago. And I will summarize the main lessons a bit. So first, I think I can skip these slides. So we have been talking about this extensively. Recent developments. We see that in the United States and also in Europe, what happened during and after the COVID crisis is very much comparable in terms of financial standards with the great financial crisis. So you have seen credit standards tightening a lot and credit demand from household sector declining. We also know, thanks to all the initiatives after the great financial crisis, that the banking sector or the financial stability is much more insured now than then. So maybe this should not be as an, the alert that we can read from this slide should maybe a bit attenuated in this sense. So this is important. This is an important slide for me because we have talked a lot about house prices, but if you talk about affordability from a household's point of view, the house price itself is actually not the sole component. It depends actually on how you buy your flat or your home. If it's entirely cash financed, which is a situation not many of us can experience, depending on age and inheritance, but usually you don't buy cash. So when people talk about house price to income ratio, which is the orange line here, this reflects affordability actually only for those who buy cash for a given point in time. So if you look at Austria from 2010 to 2020, affordability in this sense has declined a lot. But another way of reading the orange line is actually saying the house price asset value for owners, for property owners, has increased a lot. Because those who have decided to buy, in this period here, they have not really experienced a decline in affordability because, and that's what the green line shows, interest rates have declined a lot. So the green line actually, instead of putting house price in the numerator, puts the annuity there. Annuity is the constant payment that you, over the entire maturity of the loan, that you pay to the bank, and that covers loan repayment and interest rate. And if you look at this, so for someone who takes a fixed interest rate loan in 2015 or over this period, that's what actually his affordability compared to other point in time looks like. So between 2010 and 2020, in many countries, including the 3 that are on the slide, affordability has actually not declined for young households or for mortgage buyers. That's the green line. And only only in recent times when interest rates have exploded, these people or the would-be buyers are actually affected. And conversely, the orange line shows the drop that we have talked about, that house prices are now dropping. So for those who buy cash now, they see some relief in terms of affordability. But for me, the green line is much more important in most countries. So one exception, obviously, and that also accounts to Austria, is when there's a big share of variable interest rate loans. So the green line here supposes a fixed rate interest rate loan. So this is the case in France. This is also to some extent the case in the US and also in other countries. But in some countries like the UK and Austria, a big share of the annuity is actually variable. So when interest rates move, the green line is actually not correct here in the sense. So it's in between the orange and the green line then. So that's why I was plotting two. So in order to assess affordability in a country, you have to look at both of these lines, depending on the financing structure and depending on the share of variable and fixed rate loans. So this is important. And the last decade showed that these lines not always move together. So all in all, that's what we have seen. So the real house prices have grown a lot over the past 10 years. It's very much comparable to what happened before the great financial crisis. And the recent drop might also mirror what happened at the peak of the financial crisis. But as I said, it will not be as systemic as 10 years ago or 15 or 13 years ago, thanks to macro and microprudential rules, basically, that have enhanced or made the financial markets more resilient. So now I'm coming to the OECD work on housing. So I mentioned that we try to bring together different visions or different perspectives on housing markets. And the one thing where we try to break the silo a bit of the economics department, especially where I'm working in, and always talk about supply and efficiency, is to bring in the other dimensions that are affected by housing, namely sustainability and inclusiveness. And this is very important because, as has been mentioned by several of the panelists already, there's a lot of interplays, synergies, but also trade-offs between various policy objectives. And that is the key reason why housing is so complicated. It's not just about efficiency. It's not, the governance is so complicated because there are local players, regional players, national players, responsibilities, financing, autonomy. I mean, there's a lot of things going on. And so what we tried in the first book is to fill this, so it's a Venn diagram that shows that there's interaction between these three dimensions: sustainability, efficiency, inclusiveness. And we try to fill actually the voids in this graphic with chapters. So we focus on specific issues like the urban footprint, the resilience, the affordability, which is between inclusiveness and efficiency. So for me, inclusiveness goes well beyond affordability because that's something we advocated very early on in the project. It's not just about affordability itself, like how much do you pay compared to your income. It's also on where do you live. Because you might have a country where affordability is not an issue. Everyone can buy its house with 10, 15, 20% of its income, but not in the same area and not with the same access to economic and cultural and social amenities. So that's very important for inequality, for intergenerational mobility, for residential mobility, for labor market mobility, as has been mentioned by Stefan. So it's very important that inclusiveness is affordability, but also the spatial mismatch between supply and demand. So giving people the opportunity to live there where the economic amenities and social amenities are. So what we did with the second volume, which we issued this year, is to fill some of the gaps that we identified in our first book from 2 years ago. And so we have mentioned, obviously, decarbonization, housing finance, and the post-COVID shift was not mentioned, obviously, because it was written before COVID actually happened. But decarbonization, housing finance became also more pressing issues now than 2 or 3 years ago, and we dedicated a special chapter to those. So I will try to summarize these three issues: decarbonization, housing finance, and the post-COVID demand shift. And a lot of things I will say reflect also on the other dimensions and on the recommendations we made 2 years ago. So to start with decarbonization. Housing on the left-hand side in the pie chart, you see housing accounts for more than a quarter of CO2 emissions in OECD countries. So the important distinction is there is the building sector, the construction sector itself. So you have cement, you have all these inputs in building a house that accounts for 6%. And then you have, crucially here, the indirect and direct emissions. So what we mean with direct emissions is actually what's really burned at home, like when you cook with gas, when you have a gas boiler to heat your water, or when you use oil at home to heat. And the indirect emissions come through district heating and electricity use, depending on how this electricity is actually created. So what the IEA, one of the former employers of one of the panelists, computed is how do we get from, for the housing market, how do we get from the current emissions to close to net zero by 2050? So this is the total economies, the countries we are talking about, their climate objective in the next 30 years. So the red bars here on the right-hand side graph show that policy as usual, so if you don't do anything, emissions would actually close to double. So it's plus 96% that you can see here, close to double from where we are today. So no policy action would actually double the emissions instead of going down to close to zero. So how do we get to zero? So according to this scenario, and it's probably more qualitative, the essence that you should take from this slide is more not on the precise numbers, but more on the quality. So it's three things. First of all, fewer energy consumption. So this is a tricky point. Here we see that a third of the reductions in CO2 emissions until 2050 come from energy efficiency and behavioral and avoided demand. So behavioral means people switch off light in rooms where they are not currently, and so on. So things we haven't actually thought about maybe 20 years ago. Same with water consumption. We try to adapt our, to be more responsible in a sense. Energy efficiency is a very important point because it's about insulation. It's about better equipment. So all this hinges on innovation and on financial incentives. We will talk about, and then the big chunk is electrification. So this is what people most have in mind when they talk about decarbonization of the housing sector, of energy use at home. We need to get rid of the direct emissions at home. So the gas boilers, the gas that is used for cooking, all this can be avoided by clean electricity. So first of all, you need to electrify the appliances at home, and then you have to make sure in the second step or parallel that the electricity that is generated is clean from fossil fuels. So a few countries do this perfectly well, like Norway, for example. They don't care too much about behavioral or avoided demand, but 97% of the energy they use at home is actually CO2 free because it's hydrogen and it's hydro energy. They have a lot of water and mountains there, and they use this very efficiently. Other countries maybe from a supply side point of view cannot do as much as Norway, but we have to move into generating electricity that is free from fossil fuels. So these three things: behavioral adaptation, energy efficiency, so that is reducing consumption of energy at home, electrification. These are the three things. So how do we get there? What can policy actually do to incite market players to get there? First of all, a slide, unfortunately, that is from a German think tank, from a German survey. So I will not go too deep here into this, but there's a dichotomy that we see in many places around the world, is that market players increasingly say that that decarbonization will play a major role, including in pricing of homes. But at the same time, they realize that currently the political or the financial incentives are not set to actually decarbonize homes. So there's a mismatch between ambition, basically, or with projected importance of decarbonization and actual action taken, including on the policymaker side. We have come up with a catalog of things that policymakers can do actually to bring about decarbonization. So typical OECD recommendations obviously do it over the price, so the CO2 pricing, either by carbon tax or by emission trading systems. So this is very appealing because it sets clear incentives on pricing the externalities that we create by emitting carbon. The problem with housing markets is that there are a lot of market failures. For example, a renter has not a clear incentives, or landlord has not a clear incentive to invest in the insulation of the home because he or she is not benefiting from the energy savings actually. And conversely, the renter has not the capital or the financial incentive actually to increase or to increase the quality of the home. So there's, we call it the split incentive problem. So CO2 pricing cannot always solve these issues. So we need also some regulation. There's also short-termism on the investor side. So when I talk to my parents about heat pumps, then they say like in 15 years, I mean, who cares about, there's a payoff period of 15 years. So in 10 to 15 years, there's a break even. Even if you take subsidies, government subsidies on board, private households often have a shorter investment horizon, and they won't probably break even in the next 5 years rather than 10 to 15. So you need to do much more than just pricing. And by the way, pricing is also not very popular, as I have felt in France myself, when the government tried to increase the carbon price on fuels. The Gilets jaunes, so the Yellow Vest movement, came up, and they had to divest from this idea. So politically, it's also very complicated CO2 pricing. So you have to use some kind of regulation as well. So the ban of boilers and energy labeling requirements when you sell when you sell your apartment or buy a new one are important things. Obviously, subsidies, as I said, payoff periods are too long. Even if it's from a rational point of view, would be a good idea to invest in a heat pump. Payoff periods are too long, so you need to come up with some subsidies. Also to provide liquidity to households. Obviously, often there are also liquidity constraints. Then you have rental laws as well. As I said, there's a split incentive problem. And if you live in a multi-family building, it's obviously very important also to have the majority of people voting for better insulation and energy efficiency improvements. So often you can veto investments, or you need a majority, and it's often complicated to get this majority. So the government or rental regulators could look into this issue on how to enforce energy efficiency improvements, especially in multi-family buildings. And last but not least, green finance. So green finance is in its early stages, but I think a lot more can be done, including from monetary policy. But also, if you think about the transparency of the labeling of the energy certification across Europe, there are so many differences. So I think we need to to scale up the market and also make it more comparable across countries. The European Commission probably and other institutions can help in this regard. And also, market players say that the energy efficiency of your home is increasingly important also for the credit standard of the household. So this can actually be used in a more endogenous way, basically, in the credit standards of this household for the credit worthiness. So if you invest in your home, it should be also reflected in credit worthiness, because as we know now, the risk, the credit risk is declining of the household, because future energy savings will help. So the second issue is housing finance. So there's some overlap, obviously, with green finance. So we mentioned that house prices, or the spectrum of the housing bubble, came back actually to the fore. we saw that on the right-hand side here we have used central bank speeches and look for the occurrence of the word house prices, and we have seen that since the onset of the pandemic, concerns about housing profits came back. Not as high as maybe in the great financial crisis, but they came back to the forefront. And a big reason behind the interest rate increase was this is especially a problem, as I said in the first slide, on the second slide, variable rate loans. So they are directly affected, and that it creates affordability issues for the incumbents as well. So policymakers also need to make sure that they provide safeguards for these households that become vulnerable now. Ultimately, our recommendation to central banks and governments is that it should be actually the banking sector that does the maturity and liquidity transformation, and not the households. So the risk for interest rates over a 30 or 20-year loan should be managed by the banks and not by the households. So I think it's a very risky situation where you have countries like, including Austria, where the share of variable loans in Austria has declined a bit, but much less than, for example, in Italy, Spain, and the UK. So I think there's some more progress that can be done in Austria to leave the maturity risk with the banks and not with the households. I will skip this slide for the sake of time. So what we have recommended in this chapter is basically the same as we have always recommended. So there is a clear bias in financial policy and the bias towards home ownership, which we think is a bad idea. One example is this mortgage interest relief that many countries still have, and as my colleagues have been saying also, that this helps more the incumbents and boosts house prices rather than helping affordability in the long run. So this should be looked into. Also, we can advocate moving away from housing transaction costs more to recurrent property taxation. And this could be should be implemented in tandem probably with looking into this mortgage interest relief. Then on the macroprudential side, we have the credit and the borrower side, and something we have came up with in this recent publication is that some of these measures that helped a lot over the past 10 years and helped in the current crisis, because the financial stability has been enhanced by this for banks at least, for the systemic banks at least. I think some of these measures could be extended to also non-banks. We have talked about shadow banks, and there's a big rise of concern actually in the US. I think 70% of the mortgages were issued last year by non-banks. So these are no longer regulated. So I think some risk-taking is always warranted and it's good, risk appetite. But when it becomes systemic and when it creates externalities on market participants, it needs to be regulated, at least to some extent. So the last chapter is about an endeavor we started actually at the onset of the pandemic. So I think many of you have heard these anecdotes of people moving away from the city centers in the search for green space and for better value for money, especially since they don't have to come to the offices that are in the city center that often anymore, at least at the beginning. So we have come up with this idea. Here's the map of Paris on the right-hand side, and we call it 5 times 30 equals 3 times 50. So we borrowed this from one of our data providers in Germany, VDP. The idea is basically that the potential residential area for someone who works in the city center of Paris before the crisis was this light blue area here, which reflects an area that you can reach within 30 minutes by car. So basically it's someone who accepted to travel, to commute 5 times a week, 30 minutes one way. And given that this same person now has only to come to the office 2 or 3 times a week, so here we say 3 times a week, if you think of a capacity or of something acceptable, so 300 minutes commuting per week, now, so before it was 5 times 30, now this same person would then accept 3 times 50. So basically, now you only go to the office 3 times a week, so you would accept traveling a bit further away. So this is the anecdotes that probably all of us have heard. And this would extend the potential residential area around Paris by a lot. So this then would have ramifications for housing demand. And this is something we tested using, and that's probably the frontier in econometric work for now. For a long time, house prices have been looked at as national indices that we have shown, Stefan and myself. We have moved a lot away from this a long time ago to look at regional prices and even more disintegrated prices. And to answer these kind of questions, actually, you need to go to local prices. I mean, to not only municipal price, but postal code level prices to understand these shifts in demand. So we have gathered these across, I think, 17 countries, which also reflected, which also underscored the diversity in these databases across countries. In some countries, like in France, this is open source data, so you can download for each transaction over the last 5 years, you can actually download the price, and you can build your hedonic price levels on the city, on the postal code level yourself. In other countries, like Austria, you have to have good context to Statistics Austria, which is my case. So I was in a lucky position to get the data from Statistics Austria. In other countries, you have to engage with private data providers, like in Germany, VDP. They gave us a special research license so that we can use but not publish their data. So it was very diverse, and harmonizing these different data sources was not an easy task, and it's probably not perfect. But we did some econometric analysis with this. So here for Paris, you can see on the left-hand side, you see the price level going into the pandemic. So you see dark red, obviously, inside Paris, and becomes lighter and lighter the more you go out. So it's a typical monocentric city where all the economic activity is concentrated in the center, and residential areas are scarce. So house prices are highest there, and they go linearly lower when you go out of Paris. And on the right-hand side, you see the change in house prices from 2019 to 2021. So it's not the end of the story. So we don't have the latest data points here. We're waiting for data for 2022, but the indications are kind of clear. House price for the first time, probably in 20 or 30 years in Paris, have increased much more in the outskirts than in the city center. So this is some indication that this teleworking and the shift in demand, the spatial shift in demand within urban areas, is actually taking place. We did this, we controlled for a lot of issues across these 17 countries, and we did this econometric analysis, and we call it flattening the curve, or the academia is calling it flattening the curve. So basically these lines reflect the house price compared to the urban average as you move away as a function of the distance to the city center. So here the highest density cluster. So you go from the highest prices here. So on average, prices in the city center are between 70% and 80% higher than the average price in the urban area. And the further you go away, the further this price goes down. And we have seen across these 17 countries that this curve has flattened. So the house prices in the city center have declined a bit, and the house price in the outskirts have increased a bit. So all this is obviously not very significant, but we found a few examples like Paris, and also Budapest, I think, was one of the major examples where there were clear indications for a shift in housing demand. So on policies, I will skip this slide. It's basically the same policies that we advocated in the first volume to make supply more responsive to demand. So this is increasingly important now that demand is shifting, that supply has the ability to adjust in response to demand. So all these, the palette of policies come into play, the land use, the rental regulation. One important thing is also the support for the digitization. because there is a digital divide, especially in urban areas. We heard a lot of anecdotal evidence in Berlin. I talked to people at the beginning of the pandemic, and they said, I don't want to move out of the city center because I'm afraid that internet access will not be working outside the city. And it's probably not a problem in Austria, but there used to be a broadband problem in rural areas in Austria as well. So I don't know where Austria stands there now. But I think this digitization, so infrastructure, but also the skill divide between rural and urban population is an important issue. But probably the pandemic was a leapfrog development in this, has helped a lot. And yeah, with this, I think some important thing is also when you talk about zoning and about the efficient use of land is updating the land values. When you talk about property taxation, there's a big initiative in Germany going underway now. We will see how this will play out because there's a lot of political headwind as well, because there will be losers and winners, and it's always complicated to do a reform where you have losers. I heard the same about Austria. So the political economy issue for many of these policies is very relevant. So I was rushing a bit over these slides. I hope it's informative. Otherwise, you can also search our internet for the two reports I was mentioning, and we also have an interactive toolkit where you can browse through the recommendations and also look at the country notes, for example, and don't hesitate to contact me if you have some further questions. And I'm hoping for a very interesting discussion for the next hour or so.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we have some time for discussion. We will start with a couple of questions from the panel, but then I hope we will also have some time, so just keep reflecting on what questions or queries you would like to raise or what ideas you would like to bring to the discussion as well. First, a little bit of reaction indeed to bring, I mean, you covered the energy aspect. Obviously, that's a huge issue now, the greening of our housing and making sure that's a just greening so that we don't have too much of an increase in prices for people living in the homes. And it's just to bring us back to the topic of today and link with greening. So we actually see, according to our state of housing, that indeed the social limited profit and cooperative housing sector is actually ahead when it comes to greening. So in our analysis, for instance, if we take France, we're 5 million social housing units, 46% in the social non-profit sector are label A, B, and C, compared to 25% in the rest, in the private sector. And Austria, so 96% of the pre-1980 social housing stock has been renovated already. And we see similar patterns where we have good governance, where we have a limited profit motivation in housing, we see that more progress on the greening. And it's actually just to bring home the point of this discussion indeed. So the cost-benefit analysis or the benefits of having a large limited profit sector go far beyond the economic analysis. They go into the social sphere, into the environmental sphere, and just make it much more logical to have this purposeful investment that was talked about by Julie Lawson. So what I would like to ask indeed, and I think it's really, I think the global housing community is very grateful that OECD has really activated on this topic over the last years. There has been a bit of a gap because, for instance, at EU level, we saw that member states have not met. So housing ministers did not meet for 13 years in an official capacity at EU level, even informal housing ministers. They came together for the first time 13 years in Nice last year. Now we have the Spanish presidency. They will be coming together in Gijón on the 14th of November. And under the Belgian presidency, the 4th of March next year in Liège. And they are all struggling. What we really see is really struggling, particularly in large cities, with many issues, but housing affordability is really up there. So I think the OECD recommendations, and this is why I would like to go back to a little bit your slides, if I may, because I think this is the perfect way really to get a bit of discussion going, because this is what we want also from this session. We want to see, okay, obviously we're not going to solve everything today, but we want to see what could be the follow-up points. How do we view these recommendations? What would we like to add? What would other panelists like to add to the recommendations? Or what would members of the people here in the room, obviously also housing experts, what would they like to add? But I would like to just, at the basis of that, say, okay, I think we all agreed that, you also agreed that you've been coming to Vienna a lot, and that's for a reason. It's because this limited profit cooperative sector is delivering, and this purposeful investment has worked. So many countries looking for ways that they could potentially learn from that, possibly replicate. I think in the back of your mind, if you're responding to these recommendations, do you think they would help other countries to try to bring in some of the experiences we see from the limited profit cooperative sector in Austria? So I don't know, would you like to maybe review a little bit the key recommendations, and then maybe the panelists would like to respond? Should we do?
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's interesting that you say that EU housing ministers meet for the first time in 30 years. I think 13, yeah. I think I experience a bit the same within the OECD, because the coordination issue when you work on housing at the OECD is probably as complicated as coordinating housing policies across ministries for most governments. Because when you say housing ministers, I think there are very few countries that actually have a ministry for housing or for construction, residential construction. I think that in Germany they tried to create such a ministry for the first time in 30 years. And the last contact that I had last year with them is that they were still looking for offices actually to locate, to bring in their people. I mean, yeah, and it's more for labeling issues, because it's the same teams actually that came together from the Ministry from the Interior. So, you know, for now, it's more a political statement and communication than actual work in the ministry. But I think many countries will tell you, okay, you want me to send the housing minister? I mean, I don't know, there is no housing minister, but someone has it on his head probably, you know, housing. So they send someone. But yeah, I think the really important point from a national policy point of view is to streamline responsibilities and also account for different structures, like in federal systems like in Austria and in Germany. I think it's particularly complicated because most of the responsibilities lie with the lenders, I guess, or even municipalities, which is an issue. We also created an indicator based on a survey where we asked countries who's actually responsible, or who's responsible for land use policies in your country. And depending on the level of government and on the overlap between levels of government, we created a quantitative indicator there. So if you rank high, it's actually bad. So it means like responsibility is on a local level, municipal level, which like then fuels this NIMBYism. And if you have overlaps, then you create red tape and a lot of hindering obstacles to residential land use. So I think, for national policy, it's very important to streamline and communicate efficiently across the ministries, and to have maybe someone really in charge. So bringing ministers together could help in this endeavor. And and last but not least, on the social housing, I mean, we don't call it, I mean, sometimes we use the term social housing as well, but we say housing that is rented below market rates. So it's probably coming closest to what Bernd called cost-based housing. Remember the Venn diagram at the beginning that I've shown with the interaction and trade-offs between sustainability, efficiency, and inclusiveness? And there was no single policy recommendations that had not an adverse effect on one of the other dimensions, except for social housing. So we have really identified, independently of my invitations to Vienna by the GBV, social housing is one of the policy tools and means that can actually help across all these dimensions. Efficiency, because it creates supply. So it brings, I mean, hopefully supply where the demand is most needed, where supply is most needed, as measured by the demand. It makes obviously things more inclusive because it helps affordability, and if well implemented, so that's a caveat here, it should also combat segregation. I think there the GBV and the Austrian model is doing an extraordinary job, because social housing in Austria, as far as I can see from the indicators and from the things I read, does not spur segregation. So I think that is something that other countries that come up with social housing, they create affordable housing for people, but they also fuel segregation, because they build these social housing in ghettos. I mean, Paris is one of those, that's one of the big issues in Paris. And sustainability, as you have mentioned, because they exert peer pressure on the private market. So it's not only that social housing, social buildings seem to have better labeling, I mean, better energy efficiency labels, but they also exert peer pressure on the private market, and that's an important channel, I think. So, yeah.
We welcome Bernd Riesland back to the table as well. So indeed, thank you for that elaboration again on the complexity. So I just look a little bit at what we recommend here. Indeed, provide public housing, affordable housing in areas will benefit from environmental improvements. We also, so the OECD also recommends increasing flexibility of rent regulation, so more balanced and flexible rent rules. They recommend increasing flexibility of regulations, in particular densification, and also updating land value. So maybe, Bernd, you would like to react a little bit to the recommendations, these ones, but also more broadly. If you would like to.
Well, looking back those four interventions, especially by the case of saying that the size and the price of housing even is important of how much children are living in the EU. I think it's very important to step out of the box and have ideas like this to see what is happening. And I'm really coming out of this. I'm really more motivated for shaping housing markets and bring more competition in, because if we look on the macroeconomic level, we look at affordable housing, and is housing not thank you for the distinction between affordable housing and housing affordability. And this is if it's in general, we have the idea in the macroeconomic approach, if it's affordable and we mean middle income, then it's more or less okay. But would we say with the bread price, if the middle income households can afford bread, everything is okay? Putting it into connection, is housing infrastructure, or is it just a market thing? And if we take the Austrian situation, the Austrian analysis, which has much more detail in than was possible to present here, it's roughly 30% lower the price in the limited profit sector. Limited profit sector means there is profit. So it's not we are not speaking of subsidizations, but of limited profit. And this is actually, we calculated 160 euros per month and unit. If you take this into the European market, you say going down 30% out of the household budget, you reduce the burden for housing around 750 billion to 1,000 billion a year. If you take the Austrian example and just calculate what we got out here in Austria, you calculate up. And that is quite a lot of money for environmental investment. And if you look at the situation, what you described just, if the rent is lower, we have more means for environmental investment. This is a bit of a funny situation as well. No? Profits going down and there is more investment. It's well, it was a bit out of the box perhaps, but it's a motivation. There should something happen because 1,000 billion a year, the European Central Bank tried this system over 3 years or 4 years to fuel speculation, you could say, but they put it in the general capital market and not in an investment with purpose. They just brought money in. So I think and I'm very happy that we are here in a combination of different institutions and all thinking in the same way. And with this out of the box, perhaps I bring some motivation, not only to me, but as well to you to continue in this work.
Thanks a lot. Thinking outside the box indeed. Would other panelists like to make a comment? Yes, Julie?
If we go through the table of the 6 or so recommendations that are on I'm getting a sore neck turning around, but I hope you can see them all clearly. Probably the one I'd have the most contentious response to would be the first one, that the idea of more deregulation or flexibility around land is necessarily going to lead to the supply outcomes you desire. And we know from the way in which development decisions are made, it may be certainly beneficial to hold rather than develop at certain times. Depends who is holding. So land banking is a common strategy by the development industry. It can occur for public purpose or it can occur for a purely speculative purpose. You also have dormant land used by former public agencies, perhaps, Defence Department, for example, Post Office. That actually requires not so much deregulation and flexibility, but it actually requires much more purposeful activism, in a way, on the part of the public interest, city government. And you see that in Paris happening with great success in turning around former sites in central city locations. So I would perhaps there has been an around public policy debates in housing that the real problem, the real boogeyman is regulation and planning. But in Australia, for example, we see that there are many permits given to develop housing in recent years, but those permits have not been utilised to develop, not because of the planning isn't there, they have the permission, but simply because they choose not to, because wouldn't maximise profit to develop at that time. So that's actually more so we have many permits issued, but no development. So, I probably take most contention with that. And we have a really nice report that Hanu Ruanavara and I did in 2020, which is about all the different instruments that cities can use to reactivate, mobilise land for a needed purpose. And I think I'd really like to see the OECD get behind that as well. The other issues in terms of policy, I really don't have much to say about. Although I am a bit cautious when we talk about balance and flexibility around rental policies, I actually think that certainty is pretty helpful, both for the landlord and for the tenant. If you have a vision that goes, in 5 years, that can also help smooth turbulence and cycles. And we see the way the German rental market works to moderate price fluctuations, and the Dutch rental market works in the past to promote better reflection of quality rather than scarcity. So I would suggest that we need a mix of mechanisms to help determine our rents, and price market mechanisms would be the last one I would rely on to responsibly allocate the cost of homes. Yeah.
Yeah, this is also working. Yeah. So maybe a quick reaction. Thanks a lot for these tutorials. I think the first item here is a very complex one. So when we talk about zoning and land use, there are many dimensions to that. So when you talk about reactivating land to build residential structures on it, that's actually part of it. So I mean, we have also a few paragraphs on this. We would summarize the items by land value capture mechanisms. So there are a lot of ways actually to force landowners or to incite landowners to actually build structures on the land they own. And even when they buy land, you can actually enforce that it's inclusionary in terms of zoning. So if there are private developers that want to build offices or factories there, they enforce that a chunk or a share of the land that they buy should be dedicated to residential structures. So a lot of things can be done there. And flexibility, I really liberal in the sense that just give the land some more. I mean, it's also linking it to speculation and acquiring lands, because ultimately the goal of this and other recommendations is to advocate densification rather than urban sprawl. I mean, we have a long-standing discussion within the OECD between these two strands, because there is no black and white probably. I mean, the stance of the economics department and the views that I reflect here are not my own necessarily, but we have decided to go in favor of densification. Maybe not like unlimited densification like you see in Tokyo, but probably more densification than you see in, there was an article in New York Times that you see in the outskirts of New York, where you have like garden cities, where landowners there, they have huge single home structures and they impede construction, and that creates clear externalities on the others. At the same time, no one wants to live probably in Tokyo, where there's no green space left, and they don't seem to have an affordability issue. So the New York Times is actually heralding their policies in the sense that they have unlocked supply in a way that needed price increases. So housing is affordable in Tokyo. Is it livable? It's another question. And zoning and land use policies need to be seen in combination with land value captures and also with property taxation. That's also something we advocate, that you come up with split rate taxation of properties. So you have a higher, not many countries do that, but it's actually not that difficult to do probably. So you have to value the land and the structure on it, and you just tax it differently. So land has to be taxed higher than the structure on it, so as to give an incentive basically to landowners to build on the land. So this can help. And on rental regulation, it's also a very tricky issue. I think it's a bit like with housing allowances. There's a short-term effect and an incumbent effect and an outsider long-term effect. So I think in the short run, housing allowances and also rent caps helping the incumbents and help people who suffer and who are vulnerable, but in the long run, it's just a devastation to the supply and to the construction sector. That's the Berlin experience. I'm coming from Berlin, and everything I hear from there in the past few years, the rent caps seem to have destroyed the local construction market. And in the long run, this will not help house prices. It will help maybe those who are incumbents, who are renters, but it will make things even more complicated in the long run. So, I mean, I understand that this discussion is complicated, but it's important to have this balanced view between long-term and short-term, and between incumbents and want to be or would be renters.
Thank you. Julia, I'll ask you to come back just afterwards, because I think it would be nice to give a reaction time from Michael Kleen and Stefan Seugner to the OECD recommendations, and perhaps you would like to take it more from the limited profit Austrian sector. So what?
No, I want to challenge the OECD table.
Yes. So
Everyone here. No.
So what recommendations, what comments do you have, but also what other recommendations would you add?
That's more tricky. First challenge.
Now I know. I understand my invitation a bit better.
No. So I understood the competence question, which is related to the zoning and the NIMBYism, but I think this removes too much complexity of what is happening. I mean, if you look at very centralized countries, it does not appear to me that France is not experiencing housing issues just because of fragmented competences. So I think what has failed is actually if you take a purely regulatory or legal approach to land use. In Austria, we have several regions that try to write up new land use and zoning laws every other year to force the land banking units to sell their land or so. It simply does not work. So I think what works, or what Austria also shows, is that you need to give incentives. If it's the local level who decides, they need to have the incentives. So tax incentives are a very big issue. And actually right now also there is some movement actually that says the incentives to build or to zone are too strong in Austria. I don't share this view, but apparently it is successful. And if you look to the US discussion that communities just have no interest to attract people who live there, they have an incentive to attract businesses for tax reasons, but not people to live there. There are some incentives in Austria, and so you need to get the incentives right, no matter which level of government is responsible. Land value tax, also one of the levers I think that you should consider. Also related to shifting from transaction to recurring taxes. I don't know, but there are some interesting studies from Germany which actually show that transaction taxes actually dampen price appreciation. So that it's from IFO Institute. So they look at Grunderwerbsteuer in the different states, and they find actually that this is really a transaction tax in the literal sense of the word. So it removes those transactions which are very quick and in a speculative way, you could say. So I'm in favor in general of the direction, but completely abolishing transaction taxes is maybe a bit too far. And maybe a small challenge also for you, because you were very keen on the financialization of the housing sector, and this poses a problem. I don't know if this is common knowledge, but most or some of the very large non-profit or limited profit housing associations are owned by banks or large insurances. We could discuss now why they're holding this asset in their portfolio or so, but so simply getting the financial industry or this sector into the housing market does not seem to be a problem in every case. So I think we should not paint a too black or white picture on the financialization of the housing segment. So yeah, that's it.
Can we ask Stefan? Obviously, from the European Commission, it's very difficult to comment on issues like rent regulation or land policy. It's clearly a national dimension. But I'd be happy to have your perspective. Also, maybe you think of other policies at EU level.
It's actually
that promote purposeful investment. Is it working?
Yeah. It's actually not only a national. We in the Commission, we provide country-specific recommendations, and actually recommendations pertaining to zoning and so on are part of that. So we cannot force countries, but we give recommendations, and then a lot of financial incentives depend on those recommendations. So it has actually an impact what the will forming at European level, though it's very slow. So, I mean, let me start by criticizing what you said in the beginning. I talk to a lot of macroprudential people, and I have less confidence in that our competence is what will stop a systemic slump. It's simply there is no construction sector to slump. There is no building. So construction activity cannot decline very much because of this. So there will be not a big macroeconomic effect. That's just what's happening right now. It's rather we have this problem that demographically, I mean, the impact on interest rates will fade, and demographically over the next 10 years, we will reach peak city. So what we have issue right now that we have ever more people trying to be in the surroundings of the big city, and we really need to work on making more land available to those people. And this is really a question of two aspects that I find underused in the OECD study. One is urban transport. So Dublin is the best example of how you should not do it, for instance. You cannot afford to live in the city. Where you can afford to live, you cannot access the city, right? Vienna or Madrid are good examples of how you should do it, because they allow suburbs to integrate well with the city. As important policy lever is actually urban transport, and it has been underused and uninvested in over the past 15 years across most of Europe. So it's a very important lever. Another important lever in relation to that is the brownfield conversion. We already are successful in the big cities to convert these big industrial areas and rail yards in the center. But the big regulatory challenge right now is the integrating the brownfields from the suburbs that have been built from the 60s to the 80s. All the boomers that live there. And it's very hard to then densify them, because you have one that is super healthy, will stay for until 2040, another one is already in care, another one has already moved out, another one has died, but all these places are very close together. It's a dying neighborhood in a sense. You have a lot of population pressure. In regulatory terms, how do you get those people to sell? Or it's very hard to lump those purchases together. It's much easier to convert an industrial estates than those suburbs. But those suburbs are the big land resource that we have. So this is the big regulatory challenge that we face. So that's on the one side. On the other side, so construction. Competition is important for construction. I'm with you on this, and it's important to have the different models. But the biggest change in house price that we observe is not the price of the construction, it's the price of the land. And land, as we economists call it, is a non-produced, non-financial assets. Competition doesn't give you more land. It's regulation that does. Land is the origin of all property rights. It's a state-given thing. So it's very hard to create more land. These brownfield conversions are hard. What's easier is actually to have the right tax incentives such that you do something with the land, as you pointed out before. This is quite important. And that brings me back to the recurrent study. Let's say working with transaction taxes and recurrent taxes firsthand, and even writing laws has convinced me that transaction taxes, it's good to have a small one, but a big one doesn't help. And you're helping incumbents again. And the second is recurrent taxation is a very important tool to get those rents, to extract those rents back from the people who win from the housing market. The difference between Europe and the US is that in Europe we have a much higher price to income rate. In the US there is enough land available in these big cities. Here is not. So you have to get to those, you have to find taxation mechanisms that incentivize the supply and the reopening of land for use by others that need it more. And split rate taxation is a great tool. Why? Because you can only have high levels of taxation if you have fair cadastral values. And it's much easier to make fair land cadastral values than the whole real estate. So it's very hard to price mixed-use building. It's very easy to price the land beneath it. So land value taxation with proper allowances for primary residences and for job would actually be a good tool. But and that's why I'll close now, is the political economy of that is very hard. So in Europe, in contrast to the rest of the OECD, our household wealth is concentrated in housing. In the US, they have pension funds. We don't have this kind of stuff here. People don't even trust deposits. All the wealth is of the median voter is concentrated in housing. It's actually far easier to tax Vonovia. It's very hard to tax people. So people that vote. So that's a bit the issue. It's very hard. Austria is a good example for this. It's very hard to increase taxation to a level where it would matter, because precisely the those demographic groups that represent the most important voting groups are also the ones that hold the most housing wealth, which is again an issue with the boomers in a sense.
Just sorry, one reaction there. Indeed, a lot of these recommendations they go out to member states in the country-specific recommendations as part of the macroeconomic surveillance, but no strict legal competence at the moment. But where the Commission does have legal competence, obviously you mentioned earlier, is competition policy, also VAT, you just mentioned tax. Well, are there measures that could be taken at EU level in those fields to promote purposeful investment and this competition that has been described by Bernd, so having a stronger limited profit sector, for instance?
I mean, one important aspect is you always need to review state aid rules. It's a very, very tough field, because if you give too much state aid to certain endowments, then you achieve the opposite effect, right? You might come to an effect like in the Netherlands where there's not enough competition. So it is, in a sense, important to always review the rules, and we will always be behind the curve because it's so complex. So there is a role for the Commission on this one, and the other important role is a much more impactful role that we have right now is the Buildings Energy Efficiency Directive, which actually increases construction costs and affects construction costs a lot. Now, the interaction of this one, of the energy renovation with these brownfield conversions that I talked about, this is a very important aspect, and this is really where city regulation and European regulation have to work hand in hand. So we need constant evaluation of those. And so a lot of jobs for housing economists.
That's a good news. I'm just actually referring to this green question from the OECD, and very often we hear this argument mentioned that we have an increase in the asset value after energy refurbishment, but we must keep in mind what we're focusing very much is the limited profit rental sector, or the social rental sector in many countries. There is no direct gain from having an increase in the asset value. And indeed, I think a lot of our discussion today, it's also focusing a lot on the ownership sector, while we recognise that home ownership is becoming out of reach for more and more Europeans, particularly the new generation. So just a point to keep in mind, if anybody would want to comment. But Julie, please.
I'd like to make a related comment about the problems of asset-based welfare. Asset-based welfare. So asset-based welfare, where your future security and your affordability in post-retirement age, or whatever that be dependent on your housing assets, outright housing costs have been paid. Of course, for a significant proportion of young people, they don't see that as their future. So having an adequate alternative is really key. We've also got a number of countervailing policies that are, for example, ageing in place, which are actually blocking the flow of those larger family homes that, and to some degree, we're actually, economising on our aged care, but we're compromising on the future of families. So perhaps that taboo area needs to be discussed. If we had adequate, good quality alternatives for older couples and singles to move on to, then they might be willing to leave the family home. But if they're frightened of it, and it means exploitation or loss of the inheritance, God forbid, they're not willing to leave the family home. So some work in Australia has been done on that, because we have a terrible problem with this in terms of lack of good quality options for older people. The other area that we haven't talked about at all today is the precariousness of incomes in the labour market. We haven't talked about the gig economy. We haven't talked about the implications that has for a precarious income and the capacity to save in an unregulated rental market to be able to afford the deposit gap for home ownership. So, this precariousness is really having an impact on access to adequate housing. And I would also like to see more focus statistically by the agencies able and resourced to do this work is on access to, more the access, you know, who has access to adequate housing and which ones, which sorts of households and where are missing out at what times in their lives. We need more focus on that as being a sort of indicator of, if you like, a key performance indicator, and have that as more central. And I don't think it would be a big step to take, you know, the 7 dimensions of what adequate housing is, and to use that as a sort of index to guide, you know, achievement of the social charter. But so we're more focused on designing housing systems that we need, rather than, you know, getting hooked and coping with the consequences of badly designed housing systems as they are. We are too much mopping up the mess and not enough and tinkering around the edges, and we need to have a more focus on the performance we want, rather than, yeah, those other things.
We have a comment, and then maybe perhaps afterwards, if there's another comment from the panel, but then if there are also questions or comments from the participants that are here in the room, I think we could.
Maybe just one quick comment before I leave it to Bernd, because my question was actually, I mean, we squared the circle a bit by asking Bernd how they manage basically to have higher energy efficiency standards in this private market, in this limited profit market. But just one final point on this, the swapping of homes basically between the taboo question of how to allocate the idle space basically that is there. So all the people that don't need the 150 square meters and that kind of there might be a way actually to make space for families to live there and that they swap homes. And I think one of the incentives, financial incentives that Stefan mentioned, could be also this property taxation, because swapping, getting rid of, I mean, the transaction cost is actually a big hindrance to leaving your home and buying another one. It's a big chunk of the transaction that you're undertaking when you move. So recurrent property taxation would help residential mobility a lot, and could also by doing so relieve pressure on prices more generally. But also for this specific issue, it's important. And on this property taxation, I mean, we should not forget that. I mean, it's an important discussion, but housing or the home can also be a financial asset. It's a financial asset and a consumption good at the same time. And as a financial asset, the imputed rent, basically the rent that you don't pay, is actually dividend from an economist point of view. And we call this imputed rents. And these imputed rents, they are part of the CPI, so of the consumption basket in many countries. And Eurostat is working on this for like 10, 15 years, I think. They try to include imputed rents in the CPI. And I think this would help a lot, but they struggle to do so. So the raising awareness for the fact that homeowners benefit from a imputed rent, which is kind of a dividend, which is not taxed, and which is the raison d'etre for the mortgage interest relief. So we are in a situation where countries have come up with this mortgage interest relief to help mortgage owners basically to cope with costs, but the costs that they don't have because they are not taxed actually for the dividend or for owning the home. So it's actually the third best situation where you have a mortgage interest relief. The first best situation would be to tax the imputed rents, and to help those who actually don't own it because it's still a mortgage that is on the house with mortgage interest relief. The second best solution would just to get rid of the mortgage interest relief altogether. So this property taxation, recurrent property taxation, and imputed rents discussion, I think it's a perfect example of the political economy headwinds that policymakers face. So I think most economists would agree that it's a low-hanging fruit, but it's actually not because of the political economy headwinds. Yeah, so that was just a summary of this discussion between transaction costs and property taxation. And now, something I was always wondering, we were actually hunting down this data that you mentioned, that social housing energy efficiency labels are higher on average than in the private market. We couldn't find this back then when we wrote our first report, but I'm wondering how come? Is this regulated in a sense that if you are under the roof of the GBV, do you have standards that you have to fulfill, which lead to higher energy efficiency in the buildings, or is it just the social purpose kind of environment, which could be part of the story? So I think Bernd is the best place to answer this.
Thank you for the question. It has two sides. The one side is this is only for the rental stock. We have under management as well an ownership stock. In this ownership stock, we are not on at the 90 or 96%. On the rental stock, we are in this level. So home ownership, it's a question of motivation. If the household has to take his an extra money to do it, it's not easy to convince them. So, and in the rental stock, the Austrian regulation, you have a special financial circuit. The instrument of the company itself has a certain income for new construction, and each house, a part of the rent is dedicated to renovation. And this, the managing company has to use it for this purpose. And so he is not only making maintenance, but as well renovation and modernization, and this is part of. And additional, but this is open for everybody, not only for GBV, there are subsidies. And the subsidies, this is for home ownership, for any landlord. You have subsidies, but the main purpose, the main reason is that you have a certain capital dedicated income. The rent in the...
So the gap that sort of comes from renovation rather than a gap in new construction.
In new construction, we don't count new construction because after the 80s, you could say it's a bit different because as we are very decentralized in all the Länder, it's a different regulation. But since 1980, you can say that the building law has forced a quality which is best standard. It's now a bit stronger than in the 1980s, but already in the 80s it was very good. And the standard before was partly in the 60s was a disaster. And all these houses who were a disaster, under brackets, are renovated out of this fund. And these are the houses who were out of the repayment period, which ends after 30 or 35 years. And so they had an income of €4 per square meter, and half of it is dedicated for modernization and renovation, and half of it is dedicated for the company for new investment. This it's a very simple story.
So for new construction, you're
not overfulfilling, but there is no need. The regulation just now, it's on top. It would be ridiculous. It would be consume more gray energy to do it than you get back on energy, on less consumption. Just a few words on the discussion in general. There was the word of deregulation. I think following Mazzucato, perhaps deregulation is a good way, but deregulation forces active economic politics. And this is by land policy. If you buy land as a public sector, and you, as you said, then you give it for, might be for housing, might be for other purposes, but you dedicate it with rules. So you can call this regulation if you want, but this is active politics, and regulation is sometimes just hindering. But I learned one day in Boston, in MIT, they told us if you look for a land, because the US is always called the country without regulations, one of the high partners of the municipality said, if you don't want regulations, you should go to another country. That is not, we need regulations to keep society going. So regulation itself is not the problem. To financialization, I think both are right. It's a problem, the financialization, and it's we have to mention that the banking sector and the insurance company sector has assets, but these assets, this comes out of an Austrian culture, and I hope this culture will stay alive, that the big institutional positions, not always investors, but as well industries, the big institutional groups had a certain commitment that everybody should live in a decent way. And out of this, there's a tradition in these institutions to hold these assets. But I think it's, I know the situation a bit out of my personal background. I think it's not bad that it's regulated in the law. Otherwise, they would forget, perhaps. So I think financialization, if it's connected with trading, is a disaster, and in the other way. And to home ownership, just a small remark out of the Austrian empirical situation. Isn't home ownership fueling rental market speculation, maximization in the long run? Out of those home ownerships who were in a romantic way posed to be the asset that shouldn't be taxed if you are old, but it's your insurance for the for later stages when you are in pension. And 50% of these houses out of the 60s, 70s, and 80s are rental homes now, and they have no rent regulation in the special case of Austria, so they are at the highest rent niveau. So home ownership is the beginning of rental housing, but without regulation in general. So you should think about home ownership as well under this aspect. Otherwise, you lose an important thing. And but changing property rights and intervene in property rights by taxes or anything else is an easy task. There's just a political discussion in Austria, and the political party trying to bring the recommendations of the OECD in the political discussion. They don't say that it's from the OECD. They say it's their own idea. I don't understand why, but that is not really good accepted, neither by the press nor by the other people. So this is not so easy.
OECD doesn't on this panel.
Yeah, hello. My name is Lukas Tockner from the Arbeiterkammer Wien. Sorry, I came a little late, so maybe I missed something from the first part, but I wanted to talk also, add a little on the subject of land use, because from what I understood, you were mainly talking about the mobilization of more land. So it was just on the quantity, but as was also mentioned, land is a non-produced asset and the basis of everything, at least in housing. So I would like to say that you should also talk about the quality. So you should, we from the Arbeiterkammer advocate land being put to the market at a below market price, and you could have it by a lot of ways. For example, if you already have public ownership of land, then usually if they sell it or if they rent it out for construction, someone comes and says this is a betrayal of the taxpayer, because you could have earned more money by selling it at a market rate. But that's the wrong approach, I would say. Or at least you should sell, if you sell it, sell a part of it below the market rate to enable purposeful housing investment, as I think you called it this afternoon. And then another measure you could use would maybe build, if you have a problem with private land banking, why not open a public land bank? So for example, in Vienna, maybe some of you know it, you have the Wohnfonds Wien. So this is more or less a public land bank which continuously buys and sells property, but always with the aim to achieve a certain average price, which is way below market prices. And if they sell land, this land bank, this land fund, it is always used for subsidized construction. And then a third point, so you could also, if you zone by a zoning, if you zone up a plot, maybe you could also at least part of it put a fixed price on it, which is below market rate, also with the aim to enable purposeful investment.
There was yes, one in front and then over here.
Thank you. I'm Christoph Schemmer from the Austrian Institute of Spatial Planning. I'm an urban planner. I have some experience with several cities in Austria and Europe. So I would stress that it is essential to keep up social housing or non-profit housing, whatever it is, with regulatory measures for land value, limiting the land price development. And I think we have a good example in Vienna. We have introduced a zoning law that guarantees for larger developments a 50% share for social housing in Vienna. This is an innovative measure introduced 2018, and it has just sprung up in its impact, especially for large inner city developments like old railway stations where you put in 10,000 units. And the seller is the railway company. They are obliged to sell at market price. But if you have this regulation, then 50% of the house prices can be built on land for subsidized housing, which is an enormous impact for larger developments.
It's even 2/3.
Even up to 2/3. And I think that's a regulation that could be really thought about in other areas with high development pressure and high land prices. And I think it's very fair. The other issue is the enormous amount of unused zoned in land for building, which is just serving speculative or individual property value. I think there should be substantial taxation on unused land, which is unused for several years. The problem is that we have a land use policy in Austria and the tradition which produced super amounts of unused zoned in land. And so all these owners, of course, profited from the enormous increase of land values the last 10 years. I think it would be fair enough to give them a clear incentive that if they want to keep it as land for building purposes, they should have some taxation in the meanwhile. So 5 or 10 years at least from the zoning term beginning, then this taxation should set in. Some regulations in Austria were introduced, but they were not effective so far. So this is really complicated matter, and the third complicated matter, of course, is the greening of things. That you mentioned that there is no incentive for the tenant, for the renter, to invest in improvement of the energy situation in the house. Oh, I'm sorry. It's for the owner. For the owner, there's no incentive. It's for the tenant to receive the benefit of having less energy costs in the end. So this is very complicated, how to bring these two settings together in a regulatory framework that can share the incentive between tenants and the owner in a fair way. And that goes into tenant rental right energy right and other issues. I think that's a very big issue. Thank you.
We have another comment, and then I would ask each of the panelists. One here in front, the gentleman in the gray shirt, then the lady there, and then one more. So 3 more, and then I would ask the panelists, as we are running out of time, just to take really one point on how you think the conversation should continue, and one priority.
Yeah, thanks to SHAPE for holding this event and inviting me to it. I'm Spina. I work in Ireland for a small housing association, which is in a rural area of Ireland in West Cork. It's very interesting. I noticed that Ireland was not actually included in the survey, but the problems that we face are actually quite similar, but probably worse, because our house prices are not going down, our house prices are going up. And at the same time as house prices are going up, the population is increasing. The population is increasing because there's a lot of migration now to Ireland, and there's a lot of holiday home purchasing because Ireland is considered an ideal place. Now, the effect of this is that the houses that would normally have come on the market are being snapped up, usually by buyers that are not local. So it's creating a problem for local people that young people or even middle-aged people can't move out of their family homes. That's one problem. On the other hand, older people can't move out because they have nowhere to move into. So if an older couple with a family house wants to move, they have nowhere to move to. They're sitting in a large house. There is no place that they can downsize to. Now you could say that the problem here is one of supply. Yes, it is, but it's one of affordability as well. At the moment, it's not only low-income people who have no access to housing, it's middle-income people that have no access to housing as well. Increasingly, very few people have access to housing. If you look at the market in Ireland, 500,000 would be a normal price for a 3-bedroom home. What people can actually come up with that income locally? Very few indeed. Now, it's a question of supply and a question of affordability, and a question of models that will actually deliver this. There are no clear-cut answers, and I think that's why it's become such a political issue and why it's actually threatening to make a major political change in Ireland, where parties are offering the world. Whether they can deliver it or not, we don't know. But this is what we're coming to. Really, yes, the problem is great, and in some areas it's increasing. The solutions are not simple. My own feeling is social housing associations are needed of all sorts to be active and to actually provide and develop methods of developing housing. There is land available, both private and public, but it's not being made available for the purposes of it. There is finance, but it's not being made available to the extent that it should in order to solve the problem. For instance, only large associations have access to private finance. Smaller associations do not have access. They decide, the financial institutions decide that these organizations are not creditworthy, so they won't lend to them. So they can't get land, they can't get housing, they can't actually participate in the solution to the problem, really. I think support of social housing associations at every level, something like a financial guarantee from the Commission for small associations that would actually allow smaller associations to develop a diversity of projects would be excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a lady over here, and the last gentleman there.
Well, thank you, everybody, and all the panelists, and everybody who participated in organizing this event. It was quite interesting. I wanted to ask Michael. Oh, yes, my name's Bea. I'm an urban planner from California, trained at UC Berkeley, researcher there for a few years, and am now living and working in Vienna to try to understand the model and translate it to Los Angeles. Yeah. And we actually also in Los Angeles have a transfer tax on expensive property, and it is expected to raise $800 million a year in perpetuity and have a dampening effect on private property. So yeah, maybe it's all dependent on the region, right? So I wanted to ask Michael about your results, your study. Thank you so much. It's a question I've been wondering since my time here. What is the impact of the Genossenschaft system and the limited profit housing sector on the private market? And 50% is a little intimidating of a number. And I do appreciate, though, your comment on that it's not, it's each step you get to it, you are supporting households to become housing secure. So that's a good, and it's also a good North Star for maybe all the cities in the world. And I'm wondering about the effect of your study in Vienna. What does it look like to have this North Star of 50% decommodified housing in the city? And I'm wondering what the conversations look like and here in Vienna, and does it cause tension? Is it exciting? Are you close? Yeah.
Franz Nauschnig, worked for Austrian Central Bank. My question is financing for social housing. Shouldn't we make available cheap financing for social housing, because we have a lot of investment needs? One stuff is state guarantees at the national level. A state guarantee, something like the Austrian ASFINAG model, where the state guarantees for the debt, and so you get cheap financing for social housing companies. A second step would be at the euro area level. For example, the euro system, we had during the crisis, we had the so-called TLTOs, targeted long-term refinancing operations. We could have targeted long-term refinancing operations at low interest rates for social housing. For example, zero interest rate for social housing. We had very low interest rates for banks who increased their loan ratios during the crisis, and we could do it again if we have a recession. We could come out of a recession doing this. Thank you.
Your reactions and the way forward.
Maybe just to avoid a misunderstanding, I mean, the OECD is not against regulation. I mean, not always. Especially me, but I also speak for the OECD. So when I discussed regulation, it was more a question of the competency and the level of government where actually the responsibility sits. So we are completely in favor of inclusionary zoning and making brownfield and greenfield available, and also enforcing it by regulation. But the question is who decides and who has the competency. And I think it should not be too local. It should not be on a municipal or even smaller level. It should be on the metropolitan level. So that is the key issue. And it should not be scattered around across levels of government and institutions. So it should be streamlined, and the regulation should encompass the utility there, not only the incumbents. So that's important. And then there was another issue. Yeah, the one size fits it all. I think that I mentioned in my talk. It's actually quite revealing what you mentioned from California. So I think the copy pasting, the 50% threshold, you would probably not achieve this in Los Angeles or in San Francisco. But it's interesting to see what a cultural shock it seems to be for you to listen to that. And I think this is kind of revealing. I think we can learn a lot from countries' experiences, but there's a limit to this. And as I said, I think you cannot build the Austrian model from scratch. I think it's important to understand the Austrian model and how it works and why it works, and to take pieces of it and maybe to bring it to other countries. But there are limits to this implementation in other countries, I would say. And there was another issue I forgot, but I think we are running out of time anyway. So
I'll be as quick as I can, but obviously any regulation or law that affects the housing market should be assessed for its impact on access to adequate housing. So if we're going to fiddle with real estate investment trusts, fiddle with taxation of capital gains, fiddle with negative gearing. You know, they should all be assessed for how do they improve those key performance indicators of our housing system. So we have to make our lead financial regulators realise that they have a core role in actually implementing housing policy. They're currently doing housing policy their own way, and they need to be called to account for the impact they have on people's housing choices and options and costs. They're having a huge impact, and that needs to be articulated and put on the table. So we need our financial regulators, when they're sitting around the table and looking at the social and economic impact of what they do, also consider what will this do for the housing options and impacts at the toppest level. The really important point that was made about the need for national and local cooperation. So mechanisms for that are there and provided for good examples in Housing 2030. One we haven't mentioned is the way in which national level agencies and local level landholders can work more cooperatively together, like they do, for example, in Scotland with the housing demand need assessments. That model, which they're very competent at rolling out, incorporating, leads to social housing investment to be placed in segments of the housing market where it's needed, and done in a way which the capable, strong shoulders can transfer necessary capital to the local level. Thirdly, the multiple players who receive public subsidies in the housing system. We know at the moment it's all primarily going to existing owners, of asset owners. We need to have more of an assessment of when you receive a form of public subsidy that you are to deliver a defined social obligation. So at the moment we provide in Australia more subsidies to our private landlords who deliver no social obligation, around about 3 to 4 billion a year. And we give almost nothing to our social landlords that are operating within very confined operations. That needs to change. So where there's any form of public subsidy, some countries have a law about that. Finland has a law, Denmark has a law, Austria has a law that when you receive public subsidies, you're to deliver a certain operating model. They're not talking about golden toilets and Maseratis, but they're talking about decent standard of housing, you know, where profit maximisation isn't the purpose, where you know, the best, most efficient model for the tenant is front and centre. So some structural. You okay? Yeah, and we hope you are. Anyway, that would be my list. Sorry it took so long.
Okay, thanks for the thinking about it. Actually, most of the no one disputes the results in general. So I've not submitted it to a journal yet or so much is still coming probably. But most of the questions are, how much does such a system cost? And is it really worth it? Or how does this put pressure on the private market? So no one is actually discussing or questioning the main results, but more a general level policy debate about the system. And actually within Austria, what I've seen, I'm not sure it's related to this study. I would like to think like this, but in general debate about social housing or the role of social housing. Now that prices and rents have increased so much, this kind of insurance that if you have social housing, the overall market rents will not increase so much. This is more visible now. And so it has kind of a peer pressure or benchmarking effect that people see the map, and if you show regionally how large is the share of this here or that there, so there are political discussions where the question is asked, why don't we have more social or non-profit housing in our region? So I think this is maybe the way the results feed back into the broader policy debate, that we give regional level context to it because we compare across regions. And to the man from the National Bank and the question about financing of social housing, of course, you could always ask for more favorable conditions and EIB loans or whatnot, but actually we have the Wohnbauförderung in Austria, and this will play a much bigger role again in the years to come. And so we have an instrument, we just need to give the lender the right incentives to put up enough money to make it actually work. But the instrument is there. We can complicate it and ask for another bank or something, but yeah, maybe this is not necessary. And maybe the way to go further, one last thing, I think economists have to talk a bit more to spatial planners too, because much of the discussion was about land, and land is really central to it. And I think because your comment and also from the man in the back were lower prices, and so we really have to talk about this in detail, because if you disable the price signals, we will not get higher density. Land value taxes, which most economists would subscribe to, will suffer if you do not sell at market price. So this is a complicated discussion, and we should talk more in detail, but land is central.
Yeah, I'll add to that. So, particular to your comment, I mean, because it creates such an incumbent effect, the Southern European way of selling land at lower prices is not very good in the long term. Typically, and has proven so in the South. We haven't, all the land that has been sold, it doesn't help us now. Now, but that's an issue. I mean, land prices are a key issue. One place where land prices are much cheaper is the US. And the US is also a place where they actually have effective taxation of property prices, which we don't have in most European countries. And if you have an issue with land prices being too high for people to afford, with lots of people with unoccupied land, with holiday homeowners, Airbnb owners, and all this kind of, the typical economist answer is a simple one: tax them, right? Your first 10 square meters are free allowance, which means no renter in Vienna would pay any tax. But the typical people like me who have too much space, I should pay a lot more, right? So that's the key answer, and it's the easiest answer, because it's much easier to change taxation than to improve social housing model in an institutional setting, which is important, but it's a slow building process. Taxation can go quickly in principle, but it takes a crisis, typically in a country like Ireland, to change something, and it's a wasted crisis, probably in the Irish case. Finally, on the state guarantees, this is a state aid issue from the European Commission perspective. It's not the role of the Commission to fund social housing, even though we do it in some spearheading projects. It's for the countries, but it's important for us, and we actually have reviewed this in the past, is to check state aid rules such that it can be done by the national countries. Thanks.
Thank you. Just a bit optimism as last comment to California. The 50% were on the stock, the analysis. If you have, for instance, 50% on the new construction, or even 70% on new construction, there will happen something on the market already, even if you don't have a stock. We can't say economically now how much, but a bit more optimism is possible. So, but I'm not going to make more comments, except for thank you very much for the really good discussion. Everybody had his introduction, but we came now in a real intervention between us, and this is, I think, the important thing. And thank you to the audience that stayed so long here. And yeah, as as we from the GWV tried to bring this conference into being, we say thank you to all of you, and yeah, especially you for for guiding us through in a so professional way. Thank you, Sorka.